You only get so much energy in a day, and how you use it or lose it determines everything: your focus, your mood, your discipline, your growth. But most people treat their energy like it's infinite. They spend it pleasing people they don't respect, arguing about things that don't matter, scrolling endlessly, reacting to every message, every opinion, every interruption. And then they wonder why they feel exhausted, not just physically, but spiritually. The Stoics understood something we've forgotten. Energy is life. It's not just fuel, it's direction, it's clarity, it's power. And if you don't protect it ruthlessly, the world will steal it thought by thought, hour by hour. You can't control everything, but you can control what you give your energy to. And in a distracted world, that might be the most powerful decision you make. This episode is your reminder to stop leaking energy into the unimportant, the unworthy, the unaligned. To stop apologizing for protecting your peace. Because if you want to build anything, a vision, a legacy, a self you can be proud of, you must become a guardian of your energy. Relentless, unapologetic, clear. Let's begin. 1. Energy is your most precious resource. Most people measure their lives in years, in time, in calendars filled with deadlines and goals. But the wise measure life in energy. Because time without energy is like money without purpose. It's there, but it leads nowhere. You can have 10 free hours and still waste them simply because your mind is scattered, your emotions are heavy, and your spirit feels drained. And yet, how often do we check in with our energy the same way we check the clock? Almost never. The Stoics didn't speak in modern terms like energy levels or mental bandwidth, but they lived by the principle. Marcus Aurelius warned against being dragged by distractions. Seneca spoke about guarding your time from those who try to steal it, but deeper than both is the idea that your inner fire, your vital force, must be protected as your most valuable possession, because when it's gone, your ability to think clearly, act bravely, and live with integrity disappears with it. Look around you. How many times do you say yes to things that drain you? How often do you scroll not because you care, but because you're avoiding discomfort? How many people have you allowed into your mental space who bring nothing but noise, tension, or guilt? Every one of those moments is a small withdrawal from your energy account. And the problem is, it doesn't replenish itself on command. Energy, unlike time, requires intentionality to restore. You can't just have more of it by wishing. You earn it back with discipline, clarity, and alignment. The truth is, your energy flows toward whatever you value, whether consciously or unconsciously. If you don't define your values, the world will. And when the world defines your values, your energy gets hijacked. You'll spend it chasing approval, avoiding judgment, comparing yourself endlessly, engaging in pointless arguments, or overcommitting just to feel needed. It feels like activity, but it's actually depletion. You're moving, yes, but not forward. To live with energy is to live with power, not the aggressive kind, not the loud kind, but the kind of power that radiates from someone who knows what they're doing and why they're doing it. Someone who isn't pulled in every direction by every notification, every request, every emotion. Someone who has returned to themselves enough times to know, my energy is sacred, not everything deserves it. Imagine if you guarded your energy the way a great artist guards their creative flow. If you protected it the way a warrior protects their sword, not out of fear, but because it's the tool that determines everything. Your focus, your peace, your discipline, even your relationships. Because when your energy is drained, you lose your ability to be present, to be patient, to be kind. The version of you that shows up under stress isn't your best. And it's not your fault. It's a reflection of unmanaged energy. The Stoic response isn't to feel guilty about this. It's to get honest, to ask, where is my energy going? Who is taking it? And are they worth it? What environments feed me and what drains me? These are not selfish questions. They are survival questions. They are clarity questions. Because a distracted man is not a free man, and a depleted man cannot lead. So if you want to change your life, don't start by changing your schedule. Start by tracking your energy. Honor it. Protect it. Don't let it leak into arguments, empty habits, or people who confuse access with entitlement. You owe no one your exhaustion. You owe yourself your full capacity. Because once you learn to guard your energy with clarity, with love, and yes, with ruthlessness, you become someone who doesn't just survive the day. You move through it with power. 2. Audit what drains and what fuels you. You can't protect what you don't first understand, and most people move through their days completely unaware of what's draining them or what's actually fueling them. They wake up tired, they go to sleep even more exhausted, and in between, they wonder why their motivation is gone, why their mind feels cloudy, why their patience is so thin. But the answer isn't always some massive life crisis. Often, it's something far more subtle, unexamined leaks of energy, repeated day after day. The Stoics taught the art of self-examination, not as a punishment, but as a path to clarity. Seneca said, "We should every night call ourselves to an account." But this isn't just about morality or behavior. It's also about the hidden currents beneath your habits, the people you allow in your space, the conversations you entertain, the environments you enter without thinking, the mental loops you rehearse every time something doesn't go your way. These things cost you, not always in visible ways, but in focus, in peace, in drive. Begin with a quiet moment, not with noise, not with your phone in hand, just silence, a pen, a page. Ask yourself honestly, what in the last week left me feeling lighter? What gave me clarity, energy, or strength? Then ask, what left me feeling heavy, confused, drained? The answers are often surprising. Sometimes it's not the big crisis that wears us down. It's the constant friction of little things, a toxic chat thread you never mute, a cluttered space you never clean, a job that constantly interrupts your boundaries, a habit of mentally replaying what you wish you'd said. When you start seeing clearly, you start choosing differently. You begin to notice that some people always leave you inspired, and others always leave you questioning your worth. Some tasks drain you before you even begin them, not because they're hard, but because they're hollow. And some rituals, though small, a walk, a book, a breath, reset your system in powerful ways. These aren't coincidences. They are your personal map. But you'll never follow it if you never pause to draw it. Energy audits aren't about perfection. They're about patterns, about seeing what you've allowed to become normal that actually shouldn't be. Because the world will always offer you more than you can hold, more noise, more urgency, more distraction. And if you don't pause to assess, to review, to adjust, you'll end up carrying weights that don't belong to you, committing to roles you never chose, and waking up one day completely disconnected from your deeper self. Protecting your energy starts here, not with better habits, but with better awareness. Before you fix, you observe. Before you add, you subtract. You take inventory of what you've been tolerating, and you stop confusing familiar with right. Just because something has been in your life for years doesn't mean it still deserves space. Growth demands renewal, and renewal demands release. So run the audit, quietly, honestly, without judgment. Who brings peace into your day, and who brings noise? What actions restore your clarity, and what routines keep stealing it? What do you really need more of? And what are you afraid to let go of, even though it's hurting you? Because once you see the leaks, you don't unsee them. And from that moment forward, every time you say yes to something that drains you, you'll feel the cost. And that discomfort, that inner nudge, is not weakness. It's awareness, sharpening you into someone who no longer lives unconsciously. This is your life, this is your energy, and no one else can manage it but you. 3. Say no to preserve your focus. Every time you say yes to something that doesn't align with your values, your vision, or your capacity, you're not being generous, you're being dishonest. Dishonest with yourself, dishonest about your limits, and dishonest about what your energy is truly worth. Because every yes has a cost, and that cost is often your focus. We live in a world where saying no feels like a betrayal, a rejection, something rude or cold, but the Stoics would disagree. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And part of that mastery is the ability to say no, not with guilt, not with apology, but with clarity. Because when you lack the strength to say no, your life fills with the noise of other people's expectations, not the rhythm of your own purpose. Focus isn't just about productivity, it's about alignment. It's about being able to go deep, not just wide. And that depth is impossible when you're pulled in 20 different directions, attending to requests that aren't urgent, helping with problems that aren't yours, and sacrificing your most focused hours on distractions disguised as obligations. Every distraction might look small on its own, a favor here, a quick call there, but they compound. And by the time you return to your own path, your mental clarity is gone. This is where self-respect meets self-awareness. It takes strength to say no. But even more than strength, it takes a sense of worth. Because when you believe your mission matters, when you understand that your attention is sacred, you stop handing it out like candy. You stop apologizing for having boundaries. You realize that your no is not rejection, it's redirection. You're not shutting people out. You're staying loyal to what you are built to do. The irony is, the more you say yes to everyone, the less of you is left for anyone. Your thoughts become fractured, your presence becomes thin, and the people who matter most, including yourself, get the exhausted, distracted version of you. That's not service. That's self-betrayal in the name of people-pleasing. But there's another way, a Stoic way. A way where you define your day, not based on what people expect, but on what actually matters. You don't need to be cruel, you just need to be clear. You can say, "I'm not available for that right now," or "I need to protect my focus today." That's not weakness, that's leadership. That's what it looks like to guard the door of your mind like a disciplined gatekeeper, not out of fear, but out of deep responsibility. Imagine what would happen if you said no to 3 things this week that don't serve your energy. Just 3. A social event that drains you, a meaningless task you always say yes to, a phone call that interrupts your flow. That space you reclaim, mentally and emotionally, would be enough to start building something real, something that actually reflects your priorities, not your fears. Your yes means something. It's a contract, a commitment, a focus shift. So don't give it away cheaply. Don't say yes just because silence is awkward, or because you fear judgment, or because you want to be seen as helpful. Say yes when it's right, when it's true, when it aligns. Everything else, say no, not later, now. And in that no, you'll find power, clarity, and the focus you've been looking for. 4. You don't owe your time to everyone. There's a quiet lie we learn early in life, that our time must be available to anyone who asks for it. That being kind means being constantly accessible. That if someone wants our attention, they have the right to have it. But here's the truth. Your time is a non-renewable resource, and the idea that you owe it to everyone is one of the fastest paths to exhaustion, resentment, and mediocrity. The Stoics understood the value of time like few others. Seneca, in On the Shortness of Life, wrote that most people are miserly with their money, but wasteful with their time, giving it away to anyone who demands it, without ever questioning the cost. He called it the most thoughtless form of generosity, because once your time is spent, you can't get it back. You can't borrow it. You can't buy more of it. All you can do is decide how to use what remains. And yet, most people treat their time like a public resource, open, unguarded, shared freely with those who haven't earned it, don't appreciate it, or worse, waste it. We answer every call. We reply to every message. We say yes before we've even asked ourselves if we want to, and in doing so, we slowly dilute our lives into 100 different fragments of other people's plans, neglecting our own. To protect your energy, you must unlearn the need to be endlessly available. You are not an open-door policy. You are not on call to everyone who has your number. You are a finite human being with a finite capacity. And when you forget that, the world will gladly take more than you can give. The fear of being seen as selfish is powerful. That's why this trap works so well. But what's truly selfish is giving people your time when your heart isn't in it, when your mind is scattered, your soul is depleted, and your presence is just a shell. That's not generosity, that's performance. And over time, it corrodes both your self-respect and the authenticity of your relationships. So what's the alternative? It's not cruelty, it's clarity. It's the ability to say, I'm not available for that today, or I need this time for myself, not with guilt, but with calm conviction. You don't owe anyone an explanation for valuing your time. You don't have to apologize for putting your priorities first. The people who truly respect you will understand. The ones who don't weren't honoring your space to begin with. Time is not just hours on a clock. It is your attention, your energy, your very life. And if you want a life that reflects your values, your mission, your potential, you must stop giving your time to anyone who simply wants it and start giving it to what truly matters. This week, try something. Before you agree to anything, pause. Ask yourself, is this aligned with the person I'm becoming? Is this request rooted in mutual respect, or is it just expectation? And most importantly, if I say yes to this, what am I saying no to? And is that worth it? You don't owe your time to everyone, but you do owe it to yourself to use it with intention. And in that shift, from guilt to clarity, you reclaim the rhythm of your life. 5. Minimize pointless friction. There's a kind of tiredness that has nothing to do with effort. It comes not from doing too much, but from fighting too much, arguing over things that don't matter, explaining yourself to people who don't listen, managing situations that shouldn't even be in your life. That kind of friction, silent, daily, invisible to most, is what slowly drains your energy, your clarity, and your sense of peace. The Stoics were masters of removing the unnecessary. Epictetus advised, if you wish to improve, be content to appear clueless or stupid in extraneous matters. In other words, let go of what doesn't need your attention. Let go of defending every opinion. Let go of engaging every provocation. Life already contains enough difficulty without us adding more through reaction. But here's the problem. The modern world rewards noise. It conditions you to think you must have a stance on every issue, respond to every message, win every argument, and be constantly available, mentally, emotionally, digitally. You're taught that silence means weakness, that disengagement means you don't care. So you get pulled into endless loops, explaining your decisions, defending your boundaries, debating people who only want to be right, not better. And what's the cost? Not just time, but peace. That tension you carry in your chest, that fatigue you can't explain, that mental fog that clouds your mornings. It's not just burnout, it's the weight of accumulated friction. Moments that didn't deserve your energy, but got it anyway. So how do you stop? Start with one powerful truth. Not everything requires your energy. Not every comment deserves a reply. Not every misunderstanding needs correction. Not every battle is yours to fight. And not every disagreement needs to be resolved. When your sense of self is strong, you don't need to defend it constantly. You don't need to prove it. You just live it. Practice what the Stoics called ataraxia, inner stillness. It's not apathy. It's not withdrawal. It's discernment. It's choosing your battles wisely, not because you're afraid, but because your energy is too precious to waste on noise. Because the more you chase every conflict, the less you have left for creation, for focus, for love, for growth. Here's a simple practice. When something bothers you, pause and ask, is this worth it? Will it matter tomorrow? Will this fight build something or just drain me? Will my response bring resolution or just more friction? If the answer is no, walk away. Not as retreat, but as mastery. Because choosing peace isn't weakness, it's wisdom. You'll know you're making progress when silence starts to feel more powerful than rebuttals. When your calm response unsettles chaos more than your words ever could. When you realize that you don't need to be understood by everyone, and that most tension fades when you stop feeding it. This is how you protect your energy, not just with boundaries, but with selectivity, with emotional discipline, with the quiet confidence to say, I know who I am. I don't need to engage with every storm. And in that stillness, you gain more than clarity. You gain your life back. 6. Choose high-vibration environments. The spaces you walk into shape you far more than you realize. Environments are not neutral. They either elevate you or deplete you. They either sharpen your focus or scatter it. They either affirm your growth or quietly pull you back into patterns you thought you left behind. And one of the most overlooked truths in modern life is this. Your energy will always start to mirror the energy of the room you're in. The Stoics may not have used words like vibration, but they understood its essence. They spoke of the company we keep, the ideas we expose ourselves to, the atmospheres that cultivate virtue or vice. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts, but the soul also absorbs the tone of its surroundings. Walk into a room filled with chaos, ego, and gossip. You will feel it. Even if you say nothing, even if you think you're above it. Energy is contagious, and most people catch it without noticing. This is why choosing your environment is not a luxury. It's a survival strategy. Because you can meditate in the morning, journal your intentions, eat with discipline. But if you spend your day immersed in places that dull your spirit, that feed your worst impulses, that drown your clarity in noise, you'll forget who you are. Not all at once, but gradually, subtly, until you're left wondering why your fire has dimmed. Ask yourself, what spaces drain me even when nothing goes wrong? What conversations leave me feeling smaller, not stronger? Where do I feel the need to perform instead of just be? Those are signs, not of weakness, but of misalignment, of a nervous system that knows when it's not safe to expand, of an intuition that's quietly whispering, "You don't belong here anymore." Now think of the opposite, those rare places where your mind breathes deeper, your thoughts sharpen, your presence strengthens. Maybe it's a quiet library, a clean, intentional workspace, a friend's home where you can speak the truth without walking on eggshells, a trail in nature, a journal in your lap at sunrise. Those are sacred spaces, and they don't just happen, they're chosen, curated, protected. Choosing high-vibration environments doesn't mean escaping every challenge. It means surrounding yourself with contexts that support your evolution, not suppress it. It means refusing to normalize toxicity, low expectations, or superficiality just because they're common. It means designing a life where what surrounds you reflects who you're becoming, not who you used to be. Look around your current life, your home, your workspace, your social circle, your digital feeds. Ask, what is this environment teaching me to value? Is it sharpening my discipline or dulling it? Is it supporting my inner peace or constantly disturbing it? These questions are not aesthetic, they are existential, because over time your environment becomes your mirror, and if you're not careful, you'll start becoming like the very thing you once wanted to escape. So choose with care. Surround yourself with spaces that honor your energy, not hijack it. Step into environments that invite the best version of you, not demand your performance or mask. And when you find a space like that, protect it. Make more of it. Build your life around it. Because the highest form of energy protection is strategic placement of your body, your mind, your soul. And when those align, you don't just feel better, you become better. 7. Protect mornings and rest. There's a sacred power in how you begin and end your day. These aren't just moments on a schedule. They are the bookends of your mental and emotional stability. Yet most people treat them carelessly, flooding their mornings with noise and their nights with overstimulation. They wake up already behind and go to sleep with a mind still racing. And then they wonder why they're always tired, not just physically, but at the core of their being. The Stoics understood rhythm. They understood the importance of intentional beginnings and clean endings. Marcus Aurelius often wrote in the early hours of the day, reminding himself who he wanted to be before the world began its demands. And Seneca urged us to reflect before sleep, not to judge ourselves harshly, but to review the day with honesty so we could rise better. These were not productivity hacks. They were rituals of self-respect. If you want to protect your energy, start by protecting your mornings. Don't give them away too quickly. Don't check your phone the second your eyes open. Don't scroll through other people's lives before you've anchored your own. The first moments of your day are like wet cement. They set the tone for everything that follows. So make them intentional, still, honest. Even 5 minutes of silence, reflection, or breath can change how you carry yourself through the next 15 hours. And then protect your rest. Not just sleep, rest. Deep, full recovery from the noise and demands of the day. This doesn't happen by default. The world will gladly fill your nights with endless content, urgent distractions, and dopamine loops that keep your mind wired long after the day is done. But rest is not a reward for finishing your to-do list. It's a requirement for staying human. Start small, shut down earlier than usual. Let your evening be a soft landing, not a crash. Light a candle, dim the lights. Put your phone across the room. Journal, stretch, read. Whatever signals to your body and mind, it's safe to slow down now. Because the nervous system can't reset in chaos. It needs stillness. It needs consistency. It needs you to stop treating exhaustion as a badge of honor. When you protect the edges of your day, the morning and the night, everything in between starts to shift. You carry more presence, more clarity. You stop reacting to everything. You stop rushing without purpose. You begin to lead your day instead of being dragged by it. And over time, this becomes your baseline, not stress, not fatigue, but steady, sustainable energy rooted in rhythm and respect. So ask yourself, how do I enter my day? How do I exit it? What needs to change? What boundary do I need to set, not for others, but for myself, so that I stop bleeding energy at the moments I need it most? Because you can't give your best if you're always recovering from the last wave of depletion. Protect the start, protect the close, and watch what happens to the middle. 8. Guard your mental inputs. Your mind is not a landfill. It's not meant to be filled with every headline, every argument, every trend, every crisis. But in a world where information flows faster than thought, it's easy to forget that what you consume, mentally, emotionally, digitally, is shaping who you become. Just like your physical health is influenced by what you eat, your mental clarity depends on what you let in. And most people are mentally exhausted not because they've done too much, but because they've absorbed too much. The Stoics warned us to be vigilant gatekeepers of the soul. Epictetus said, "If a person gave away your body to some passerby, you'd be furious. Yet you hand over your mind to anyone who comes along." In today's terms, that means handing your attention to every notification, every viral video, every opinion you didn't ask for. You wouldn't let strangers walk into your home and throw garbage on your floor. So why let them pour noise into your consciousness? Mental input is subtle. It sneaks in through the things we call entertainment, staying informed, or just checking. But those moments add up. A scroll here, a headline there, a dramatic conversation you didn't need to hear. Before you know it, your internal world is buzzing with other people's fears, judgments, and expectations. You start to think thoughts that aren't even yours. You begin to worry about problems that don't belong to you. You get pulled off course, not because you're weak, but because you forgot to protect the gate. If you want to guard your energy, you must take control of your mental diet. Not with paranoia, but with discernment. Ask yourself, what am I feeding my mind today? Is this content clarifying me or cluttering me? Am I choosing this input? Or is it choosing me? These aren't just philosophical questions. They are practical tools for reclaiming your focus and peace. Start small. Audit your digital habits. Unfollow what drains you. Silence notifications that break your flow. Create intentional moments of input, not endless streams of noise. Read things that build you. Listen to voices that challenge you with depth, not drama. Give your mind the same respect you'd give your body if you were training for something important. Because you are. You don't need to know everything. You don't need to comment on everything. You don't need to carry the emotional weight of a world addicted to reaction. What you need is space to think, to feel, to remember who you are beneath the noise. This is what it means to protect your mental inputs, not escaping reality, but choosing your reality, not disconnecting from the world, but reconnecting with yourself, because clarity is not found in more, it's found in less. Less noise, less clutter, less unconscious consumption. And in that mental stillness, something powerful returns, your ability to respond rather than react, to lead your thoughts rather than be led by them. That's how you protect your energy in a world that profits from your distraction. 9. Rest is productive. We live in a culture that glorifies the grind. Hustle is praised, exhaustion is romanticized, burnout is seen as a badge of honor, a sign that you're doing enough. But here's a truth most people don't realize until it's too late. The absence of rest is not ambition, it's self-sabotage. When you run on empty, you don't just lose energy, you lose clarity, creativity, emotional stability, and long-term health. And nothing about that is noble. The Stoics understood this deeply, though they lived in a world with no emails, no deadlines, no endless to-do lists. Still, they spoke of balance. Seneca, in particular, warned against the illusion of constant busyness. He said, "People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful of the one thing in which it is right to be stingy." In other words, rest isn't wasted time. Wasted time is continuing to move when your soul needs to pause. True rest isn't just about sleep, though that's foundational. It's about creating space for recovery. It's about allowing your nervous system to slow down, your thoughts to settle, your identity to recenter. Without that, even your productivity becomes empty, like driving a car faster and faster on a road that's crumbling beneath you. But rest takes courage. It means stepping away from the pressure to constantly perform. It means being okay with not responding immediately. It means pausing even when there's still more to do, especially then. Because if your entire self-worth is built on how much you can squeeze into a day, then you've become a slave to output, not a master of your own energy. Rest is not the opposite of effort. It is what makes effort sustainable. The athlete who doesn't recover breaks down. The artist who never steps back creates work that becomes mechanical. The leader who never reflects loses sight of direction. And the everyday person who never rests becomes a shell, always doing, never being. So how do you reclaim rest in a world that resists it? First, reframe it. Don't see it as absence. See it as presence, as time where you are deeply with yourself, not just avoiding tasks. Second, schedule it. Not as something you earn, but as something you require. Build pockets of stillness into your week. An evening walk with no phone. A morning ritual without distraction. A night where you say no to one more obligation and yes to your own replenishment. Third, stop apologizing for it. You don't owe the world your constant accessibility. You don't need to justify your silence, your sleep, your solitude. You just need to know that in choosing rest, you are not falling behind. You're protecting the very thing that will carry you forward. Because rest isn't a luxury. It's discipline. It's wisdom. It's the understanding that your energy is finite, and if you don't steward it with care, the world will burn through it without ever asking if you're okay. So ask yourself tonight, not just what you accomplished today, but how you rested, what space you gave yourself to breathe, what noise you released, what stillness you allowed. Because the most productive thing you might do for your goals tomorrow is rest well tonight. 10. Energy management is life management. Everything in your life, your habits, your relationships, your decisions, is filtered through the state of your energy. Not just how much of it you have, but how well you manage it. Because the truth is, people don't rise to the level of their goals. They rise or fall to the quality of their energy. You could have the perfect strategy, the clearest vision, the strongest intentions, but if your energy is scattered, drained, or unfocused, none of it will translate into action. This isn't motivation. It's physics. The way energy flows determines what moves and what stays stuck. The Stoics didn't have the language of modern productivity, but they mastered the principles of energy stewardship. They believed in conserving attention for what matters, in simplifying life to remove the unnecessary, in aligning thought and action so energy is not wasted on internal conflict. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's the core of energy management, shifting your attention inward, focusing on what you control, and letting go of everything else that siphons your strength. And yet, in the modern world, we manage our time, our calendars, our emails, but rarely do we manage our energy. We live in response mode, constantly putting out fires, running on caffeine and anxiety, collapsing into sleep instead of entering it with calm. This is not a life of mastery, it's a life of survival. To truly manage your energy is to take ownership of how you live. It's noticing where you leak, the conversations that leave you drained, the habits that steal your clarity, the obligations that keep you busy but not fulfilled. It's also knowing what fuels you, the people who light you up, the routines that ground you, the spaces where you breathe deeper. Energy management is not just about avoiding the negative, it's about curating the positive. It's designing your day so that your most important work gets your highest energy, not your leftovers. This means protecting your mornings, your focus, your diet, your movement, your silence, all of it. Because they're not separate, they're all tributaries to the same river. When you ignore them, your days become chaotic. But when you align them, your life begins to flow. Think about it. How many poor decisions have you made just because you were tired, emotionally drained, or overstimulated? How many arguments, missed opportunities, forgotten priorities, and broken promises stem not from lack of intelligence or discipline, but from mismanaged energy? When you see the pattern, you realize energy is not just a part of life, it is your life. So take it seriously. Build your lifestyle around it. Let your calendar reflect your values, not just your obligations. Let your rest be sacred. Let your environment be intentional. Let your work match your natural rhythm, not some artificial clock. Let your digital consumption serve your mind, not enslave it. Because when your energy is high, aligned and steady, you think clearer, you act wiser, you respond instead of react. You attract better people, you hold stronger boundaries. You move through life with a calm, powerful momentum. The kind the Stoics lived by, not through force, but through alignment. Energy is not infinite, but it is renewable if you protect it. And if you learn to master it, you won't just get more done, you'll live more deeply, more fully, more on purpose. Protecting your energy is not just about saying no to others, it's about saying yes to yourself. Yes to clarity, yes to peace, yes to the version of you that doesn't need to run on fumes just to keep up with noise. The Stoics never promised us control over the world, but they did teach us how to take control of our inner world. And that starts with where your energy flows, because wherever it flows, your life grows. Don't wait for a burnout to remind you what matters. Don't wait for fatigue to become your baseline. Start today with one quiet refusal, one clear boundary, one conscious pause, and you'll notice something subtle but powerful. Your presence returns, your fire rebuilds, you stop surviving your days and start directing them. If this episode reminded you to take back your power, not with force, but with focus, I invite you to share it with someone who needs rest, someone who gives too much, Someone who forgot how strong they are when they slow down just enough to protect what fuels them. And if you found value in these ideas, consider subscribing. Every episode is a reminder of what the world won't always tell you, that peace, strength, and clarity are built, not found. One thought, one breath, one choice at a time. Your energy is sacred. Treat it that way. Sometimes the strongest thing you'll ever do is simply walk away, not in anger, not in weakness, but in clarity, because strength isn't always loud, it's quiet, firm, and rooted in self-respect. You don't have to argue, you don't need to justify. When something no longer serves your growth, your peace, your values, the most powerful choice you can make is to let go. But we're taught to endure, to fix, to prove our worth by staying longer than we should, in relationships that drain us, jobs that numb us, routines that shrink us. And then we call it loyalty or resilience. But the Stoics would call it misalignment. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. And often, what we waste most is time spent clinging to what we've outgrown." So this episode is not about quitting life. It's about choosing it, fully, consciously. It's about learning to leave the spaces, the people, and the patterns that no longer reflect who you're becoming. Because walking away isn't weakness, it's wisdom. And when you honor what no longer belongs, you make room for what does. Let's begin. 1. Walking away is strength, not failure. There's a moment, quiet, invisible, when a person makes the decision to no longer betray themselves, to step back, to release the grip, to choose inner peace over external approval. It doesn't come with applause. It's not celebrated. In fact, it's often misunderstood. But that moment is power. Because walking away when done with clarity isn't an act of defeat. It's the ultimate act of self-respect. We're conditioned to equate perseverance with virtue, to believe that staying, fixing, enduring at all costs is the mark of strength. But strength without direction is self-destruction in slow motion. And there's nothing noble about sacrificing your soul to prove your loyalty to something that's already breaking you. The Stoics saw this clearly. Epictetus taught that we must discern what belongs to us and what doesn't. He said, "Some things are up to us and some are not. And when something is no longer within your control, when your presence is no longer healing, when your effort is no longer respected, it's no longer yours to carry." The wise thing to do is to release it, not out of bitterness, but out of wisdom, out of understanding that clinging to what's fading only delays your growth. It's not failure to walk away from a place that can no longer hold who you're becoming. It's not weakness to say, "This version of me doesn't belong here anymore." That is a sign of evolution. And the truth is, many of the most powerful shifts in your life will begin with the simple, quiet decision to leave, to not send another message, to not justify your absence, to not beg to be understood. Of course, walking away isn't always easy, especially when you've invested time, emotion, identity. The mind will resist, the ego will panic, but the soul always knows. You'll feel it in your gut, in the tension that won't go away, in the energy that keeps getting drained, in the quiet voice that whispers, "You're not supposed to keep hurting just to stay consistent." Strength is not measured by how long you can hold on. It's measured by your ability to release what no longer aligns, without needing validation. And yes, people might not get it. They might call you cold, dramatic, selfish. But you know what's truly selfish? expecting someone to abandon their peace just to make others comfortable, expecting them to keep shrinking just to maintain appearances. Walking away isn't about avoidance, it's about alignment. It's not running from difficulty, it's running toward authenticity. It's reclaiming your right to protect your energy, your values, your direction. And it's refusing to stay in a place that demands your silence more than your truth. So if you're in a situation that no longer serves your highest self, if you've been questioning whether leaving means you've failed, remember this: staying in the wrong place is the real failure. Choosing yourself, even when it's uncomfortable, is the beginning of a different kind of strength, a quieter one, a deeper one, the kind that doesn't need noise to be real. 2. Don't stay where you shrink. There's a subtle kind of damage that happens when you remain in a place that no longer fits you, not physically but spiritually. It's the quiet shrinking of your spirit, the way your voice softens, not out of peace, but out of fear. The way your ideas feel smaller, your confidence thinner, your presence dimmer. It doesn't always show up as pain. Sometimes it hides behind habits. You start second-guessing yourself. You apologize more often. You tolerate more than you used to. And little by little, without realizing it, you disappear from your own life. We don't talk enough about what it means to shrink, to silence your needs to avoid tension, to play small because the room can't hold your full self, to stay in friendships, careers, or dynamics where your growth feels threatening to those around you. And we tell ourselves it's kindness, or compromise, or keeping the peace. But the Stoics would call it what it truly is: a form of slow spiritual erosion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." In today's world, that might sound like this: stop debating whether you should stay where you're not growing. Just leave. Just become. Just move. You were not made to fit into places that require your self-abandonment. You weren't meant to edit yourself for the comfort of people who fear your evolution. And when you feel yourself shrinking, that is your cue. Not to try harder, but to look closer. To ask yourself, why am I still here? Who am I becoming by staying? There is nothing noble about staying somewhere that stunts your potential. In fact, the longer you stay in a place that forces you to shrink, the more distorted your own identity becomes. You begin to question your instincts. You start to lose the thread of your own story. And worst of all, you start calling that state normal. But let me tell you this: you are not meant to live a life where your light has to be dimmed just to survive the environment. You are meant to expand, to take up space, to evolve unapologetically. And any space that cannot hold your truth is not a space you're obligated to remain in. This doesn't mean you leave at the first sign of discomfort. Growth is hard. Resistance is natural. But there's a difference between challenge and diminishment, between being pushed to become better and being pressed into becoming less. And the only person who can truly tell the difference is you. So today, ask yourself, where in my life am I shrinking? Where am I silencing myself to keep the peace? Where am I staying small so I don't outgrow what I've outlived? Then remember this: your soul was not designed for containment. It was designed for movement, expansion, evolution. You don't owe anyone a smaller version of yourself. You don't have to become invisible to feel safe. You are allowed to walk away from what no longer reflects your worth, even if you once begged to be part of it. Because shrinking may keep you accepted, but walking away is what keeps you whole. 3. Your peace is too expensive. Peace is invisible until it's gone, and once you lose it, you realize just how costly it is to live without it. The anxiety in your chest, the tension in your shoulders, the noise in your mind that won't quiet down. They're all signs that something inside you is paying a price. A price for being in the wrong place, around the wrong energy, holding on to the wrong expectations. And too often, we trade peace for things that don't last. Approval, status, comfort, predictability. But at what cost? The Stoics taught us to protect our inner citadel, that sacred space within where no external storm can reach unless we open the gate. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." You cannot master yourself if your peace is up for negotiation. If it can be disturbed by every opinion, every demand, every fear of disapproval, then you've sold the most valuable part of you for something temporary and empty. Think about it. How often do you say yes when your gut says no, just to avoid conflict? How many conversations have you endured that left you emotionally bruised simply because you didn't want to seem rude? How many hours have you spent obsessing over things you cannot control, people you cannot change, outcomes that were never yours to own? Every one of those moments costs you something: time, energy, sanity. But more than that, they cost you connection with yourself. Because when your peace is disrupted, it's not just discomfort, it's disorientation. You stop hearing your own voice. You stop trusting your own rhythm. You begin to live in reaction, not in alignment. And here's the hard truth. Not everyone deserves access to your inner calm. Not every situation requires your involvement. Not every invitation is worth accepting. The stronger you grow, the more protective you must become of your state of mind. Because energy leaks come disguised as opportunities, as obligations, even as love. You have to draw the line, not with anger, but with clarity. You have to decide that anything that costs your peace is too expensive, no matter how familiar, how tempting, or how praised it is by the world. That job that drains your soul, too expensive. That friendship that thrives on your silence, too expensive. That pattern of overthinking, overgiving, overcommitting, all too expensive. Peace is not passivity. It's not hiding or avoiding. It's choosing your battles. It's understanding that your nervous system is not a battlefield for chaos to roam freely. It's realizing that you can be kind without being available to everything. You can be generous without being depleted. You can care deeply without carrying what was never yours to hold. So protect it. Guard your mornings like they're sacred, because they are. Limit your exposure to chaos, online and offline. Create rituals that center you. Say no without apology. End conversations that turn into manipulation. Rest without needing to earn it. And most of all, stop thinking that your peace must be sacrificed for someone else's comfort. Your peace is the foundation of every wise decision, every honest relationship, every meaningful step forward. Once you reclaim it, everything becomes clearer. And anything that tries to take it from you doesn't belong in your future. 4. Not everything deserves your presence. There's a sacred kind of strength in not showing up, in choosing silence over noise, absence over performance, stillness over reaction, and not because you're afraid, but because you've learned that your presence is not free. It's not owed, it's earned. Not everything, and not everyone, is worthy of access to the energy you've worked so hard to protect. The world will tell you that saying yes is noble, that being everywhere is power. But what if the real power is in restraint? Every time you show up to defend yourself against someone who's already made up their mind, you lose a little of yourself. Every time you overextend, over-explain, or overcompensate to avoid disappointing others, You slowly abandon your own center, and every time you walk into a space that drains you just to keep up appearances, you're making a silent agreement to betray your peace. The cost? Subtle, invisible, but devastating. Your time, your clarity, your ability to hear your own intuition. The Stoics understood this better than most. They didn't chase attention. They didn't argue with fools. They didn't enter every room they were invited to, because presence to them wasn't just physical. It was spiritual, emotional, intentional. Seneca once warned, "You must consider whether what you're sacrificing is worth what you're receiving." When you look at your life through that lens, the question becomes sharper. Does this moment deserve my presence, or is it asking me to become smaller than I am? Sometimes presence is confused with endurance, with being the bigger person, with showing how strong you are by how much you can tolerate. But if something consistently leaves you feeling diminished, disoriented, or disconnected, then your presence there is not a sign of strength. It's a sign of disconnection from yourself. And no title, no role, no relationship is worth that trade. Start thinking of your presence as currency. Where you spend it, something grows. What you nurture with it begins to shape your identity. So ask yourself, what am I building just by being here? Is it alignment? Or is it an illusion I've convinced myself I need to maintain? Because not everything that calls for your attention deserves it. Not every fire is yours to put out. Not every invitation is meant to be accepted. This doesn't mean withdrawing from the world. It means participating in it with discernment. It means realizing that you are not obligated to fix what others refuse to face. You're not responsible for rescuing people who are addicted to their own chaos, and you're not heartless for walking away from dynamics that leave you depleted. You are simply aware that presence is a sacred offering, and where you place it, you plant your future. So the next time you feel that familiar pull to engage in the pointless debate, to stay in the draining environment, to answer the message that triggers anxiety, pause, breathe. Ask yourself, am I walking into this out of alignment or out of habit? Am I showing up because I want to, or because I'm afraid not to? If the answer costs your dignity, your peace, your authenticity, walk away. You don't need to explain. You don't need to make anyone understand. You don't even need to be seen. You just need to be whole. That is what matters. And often, wholeness begins the moment you reclaim your right to be absent. Not as an escape, but as an act of radical self-respect. 5. Move on without resentment. There's a kind of liberation that can't be felt until you let go completely, not just of the person or the place, but of the bitterness you carried with you. You can walk away physically and still be trapped emotionally. You can leave the job, the friend, the relationship, yet replay the story every night like a wound that won't close. That's not healing, that's bondage. And the Stoics remind us, true freedom isn't walking away with a grudge. It's walking away with peace. Resentment is heavy. It drags behind you like chains, turning every step forward into resistance. You feel it in the tension of your jaw, the weight in your chest, the thoughts that interrupt your silence when nothing outside is even happening. It tricks you into thinking you've moved on, when really you're still orbiting the same pain, just from a distance. And here's what makes resentment so seductive. It feels justified. It gives you a story to hold on to. It says, you were wronged, you were mistreated, you deserve to be angry. And maybe that's true, but at what cost? The Stoics would tell you this: if the injustice continues to live inside you, it's still controlling you. Epictetus said, you may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus has the power to break my freedom of choice. meaning they can hurt you once, but you choose whether they continue to shape you. You don't need to carry anger to protect your worth. You don't need to hate someone to prove that they failed you. You can forgive, not because they deserve it, but because you do. Because your peace matters more than the story of your pain. And forgiveness, contrary to popular belief, isn't always reconciliation. You don't have to restore contact. You don't have to invite them back in. Forgiveness is the quiet act of choosing your future over your past. It's the clarity to say, I release this. I refuse to let this define the next chapter of my life. It's a decision made not once, but many times, especially when the memories resurface and the urge to reopen old wounds returns. To move on without resentment is to take your power back, not by confronting them again, but by refusing to let their absence echo in your mind. It's refusing to let someone who's no longer in your life continue to shape your thoughts, moods, and reactions. It's honoring the pain without letting it become your personality. Sometimes you'll never get closure from the other side. No apology, no understanding, no validation. That's okay. Closure is a gift you give yourself by choosing presence over the past, peace over proof, and healing over justice. Because justice may never come, but healing is always available. So ask yourself, what weight am I still carrying that's no longer mine? What part of me is still fighting a battle that already ended? If the only thing keeping you connected to someone is resentment, that's not a relationship anymore, it's a prison. And the key is in your hands. Walk away, not with a clenched fist, but with an open heart. Not with vengeance, but with vision. Let them go. Let it go. Not because it didn't matter, but because you do. Because your future deserves more than a heart full of fragments from the past. 6. Stay aligned, not attached. There's a quiet but powerful shift that happens when you stop clinging to outcomes and start choosing alignment instead. Attachment is gripping, desperate. It's the need for things to go a certain way, for people to behave the way you expect, for life to unfold according to your plan. But alignment? Alignment is calm, rooted. It's about living in integrity with your values, regardless of whether the world cooperates. And that shift changes everything. You've probably felt the weight of attachment before, the anxiety when someone pulls away, the panic when your plan starts to fall apart, the frustration when your effort isn't recognized or returned. That's not just disappointment, that's identity confusion. Because when you're attached, you define yourself by the outcome. You think, if this fails, I've failed. If they leave, I'm unworthy. If I don't get it, I'm not enough. And so you chase. You overthink. You negotiate your values just to keep the illusion intact. But the Stoic way, the path of inner freedom, isn't built on results. It's built on consistency with who you are. Epictetus said, "Seek not for events to happen as you wish, but wish for events to happen as they do, and your life will flow smoothly." He wasn't preaching passivity. He was showing us a higher form of engagement, one where you act with full commitment, but release the grip on what isn't yours to control. That's what alignment looks like. It's not about outcome, it's about orientation. When you live in alignment, you stop begging reality to bend to your desires. You stop confusing success with attachment. You begin to ask different questions, not how can I make them stay, but am I being honest with myself? Not how do I win this, but does this reflect who I want to be? That internal compass is stronger than any external confirmation, because results may shift, people may change, plans may fall through. But if you remain aligned with your truth, you never truly lose. Think of alignment like tuning a musical instrument. You can't control the noise around you, but you can make sure your notes are clear, your tone steady, your harmony intact. That's your power. To show up fully, to speak honestly, to act intentionally, and to let go of the rest. So let go of needing them to understand. Let go of needing it to be perfect. Let go of needing anything outside of you to validate what you already know inside. You can love someone deeply and still walk away because the relationship no longer honors your truth. You can quit the job not because it's hard, but because it's misaligned. You can release the plan you once clung to because it no longer reflects your vision. That's not quitting. That's evolving. And evolution requires detachment, not from caring, but from controlling, from twisting yourself to fit something that no longer fits you, from silencing your needs just to maintain the peace, from betraying your principles to protect an illusion. So ask yourself, is this aligned or just familiar? Does this reflect my values or just my fears? And if the answer is misalignment, have the courage to step back, even if it's uncomfortable, even if you don't know what's next. Because what's ahead may be unknown, but it's where freedom begins. Let alignment be your compass, not attachment. Because when you stay aligned, you stop chasing and you start becoming. 7. You owe yourself protection. There comes a moment in life, quiet, piercing, undeniable, when you realize no one's coming to save you. Not in the way you've hoped, not in the way you imagined as a child, when you thought love meant someone would always understand you without explanation. The truth is, the world doesn't revolve around your pain, and it won't pause for your healing. And in that realization, there is sorrow, but also incredible power. Because if no one else is responsible for your peace, then you finally understand. It's yours to protect. And this protection isn't harsh. It isn't defensive or cold. It's not building walls so high that nothing can enter. No, real protection is discerning. It's knowing the difference between openness and self-sacrifice, between forgiveness and self-abandonment, between patience and tolerating what slowly destroys your spirit. You owe yourself the kind of safety you keep trying to find in other people. Because if you don't protect your space, your energy, your dignity, the world will take them from you and call it life. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that while we cannot control the actions of others, we have full power over what we permit into our lives. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. And I would add, it also becomes stained by the company it keeps. So ask yourself, who gets access to your mind? Who do you allow to sit in your thoughts long after they've left the room? Who have you handed the keys of your emotional state without asking whether they've earned that kind of trust? Sometimes the most courageous thing you can do is say, no more. No more justifying your needs. No more shrinking to make someone else comfortable. No more betraying your intuition to avoid temporary discomfort. Because peace isn't found in pleasing others. It's found in protecting the parts of yourself that still believe in who you are becoming. To protect yourself means being willing to disappoint people, to be misunderstood, to be called selfish. But what's more selfish than asking someone to live a life of constant self-neglect just to keep others comfortable? You weren't made to carry the weight of everyone else's expectations. You were made to honor your own path, to protect your own fire, not let it be smothered for the sake of harmony. So this isn't about building a fortress. It's about building a foundation, a life where your time is honored, your values are reflected, your energy is respected, A life where you stop begging to be chosen and start choosing yourself, quietly, clearly, and consistently. And yes, there will be days when you doubt yourself, when old voices rise up, saying you're too sensitive, too much, too distant. But remember this, those voices don't know the cost of what you've survived. They don't understand what it took for you to learn that protection isn't isolation, it's liberation. It's choosing who and what gets to shape your world. So protect your mornings, protect your rest, protect your attention, your joy, your vision. Protect your boundaries even when they make others uncomfortable. And most of all, protect your self-respect, because no one else will do it for you. And nothing, no dream, no love, no opportunity is worth losing that. 8. Say goodbye to preserve your essence. There's a moment in every life where goodbye is no longer a reaction. It's a decision. Not because you've stopped caring, not because you're cold or numb, but because you finally see the cost. You feel how much of yourself you've lost in trying to hold together something that was already unraveling. And then you understand, sometimes saying goodbye is the most faithful act of self-love, the most courageous act of truth. Because not everything broken should be fixed. Not every connection is meant to last. Some are only meant to teach you what not to forget about yourself again. It takes strength to stay, but it takes even more to leave with grace. Not in anger, not in ego, but in quiet clarity, the kind that comes after too many sleepless nights and unanswered questions. The kind that doesn't scream, but simply says, "This is not who I am anymore." You walk away, not to punish, but to protect, not to run, but to return to yourself. And here's what many people don't tell you. Letting go doesn't always come with closure. It doesn't always come with understanding or a neat ending. Sometimes it's messy, sometimes it aches, sometimes it feels like failure. But it isn't. It's choosing to honor your essence over your history. It's realizing that the person you are becoming deserves more space than the pain you're leaving behind. The Stoics didn't cling. They believed in impermanence, in detaching from what isn't within your control. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And one of the greatest ways we waste our time is by staying emotionally tied to something that continues to strip us of our clarity, our joy, our power. You are not weak for walking away. You are not a villain for choosing distance. You are not selfish for choosing peace over performance. The world may not understand your goodbye. It might even call it betrayal. But that's only because it's conditioned to equate endurance with virtue. And sometimes leaving is not giving up. It's refusing to give in to the slow erosion of your spirit. So start seeing your essence as something sacred, not something to be negotiated, traded, or worn down. Your softness, your creativity, your integrity, they are not resources for others to consume until there's nothing left. They are your foundation, your compass. And if being around certain people, places, or patterns slowly makes you feel like a stranger to yourself, that's your sign, that's your signal. Not to fight harder, but to release with wisdom. You don't have to hate them. You don't have to forget the good moments. You can hold the memory without holding on to the pain. That's what maturity looks like. Loving the chapter without needing to keep rereading it. Because the story moves on. And so must you. So say goodbye, not just with your words, but with your boundaries, with your silence, with your refusal to explain your worth. Let them go. Let it go. And feel the quiet space that opens up afterward, the space where your essence can finally breathe again. 9. Don't negotiate your self-worth. There's a dangerous habit many of us fall into without noticing. bargaining with our own value. We start lowering our standards just to keep the peace. We explain ourselves over and over again to be understood by people who aren't even listening. We let disrespect slide just this once. We tolerate emotional crumbs and call it love. And we do it with a silent hope that maybe, if we're patient enough, kind enough, flexible enough, we'll finally be seen. But here's the truth the Stoics understood long ago. The more you negotiate your worth, the more you forget it. Your worth is not a deal to be made. It's not conditional on who accepts you, loves you, promotes you, or stays. And it's not a number that goes up and down depending on how many people validate it. It is constant. It is intrinsic. It is yours, not theirs to define. But every time you silence your boundaries to be liked, every time you pretend you're okay to avoid conflict, every time you allow someone to mistreat you without consequence, you send a message to yourself, maybe I'm not worth more than this. And that message doesn't just disappear, it lingers. It becomes a story, a belief, a standard you begin to internalize and live down to. The Stoics teach us that our value lies in virtue, not in the changing winds of opinion or approval. Epictetus said, "No person is free who is not master of themselves." And mastering yourself begins with drawing a line that says, "This is who I am. This is what I allow. This is what I will never tolerate again." Not out of pride, not out of arrogance, but out of deep respect for the life you've been given and the soul you've been asked to protect. You're not here to convince people you're enough. You're here to become someone so rooted in truth that their approval feels like a bonus, not a necessity. You don't have to perform. You don't have to explain. You don't have to make yourself smaller so they feel more comfortable. Let that be their work. Let your work be remembering who you are, even when they forget. And yes, standing in your worth will cost you. You might lose people who only stayed because you were easy to manipulate. You might lose opportunities that required you to compromise your principles. But what you gain in return is worth everything. Inner peace, clear boundaries, and a life that feels like yours. So the next time you feel tempted to negotiate, to make yourself more palatable, more agreeable, more acceptable, pause, ask yourself, what am I really trying to buy with this compromise? And is it worth the cost of my self-respect? If the answer feels heavy, if it feels like shrinking, if it feels like self-betrayal, walk away. Because your value is not up for discussion. It doesn't need a marketing pitch. It doesn't need a price tag. It needs to be lived, boldly, quietly, consistently. Let the world adjust to your standards or let it fall away. But don't lower yourself so that others can reach you. Rise, and let only those willing to meet you there be part of your story. 10. Choose yourself without apology. There's a moment, quiet and personal, where everything changes, when you stop waiting to be chosen and choose yourself instead. Not because no one else offered, not because you're giving up, but because you finally understand that self-respect is not about being picked, it's about standing up, and standing alone if you must. Because the deepest kind of confidence isn't loud. It's not about dominance, popularity, or recognition. It's the calm, steady knowledge that you are enough, even when no one claps for you. Most of us are taught early on to seek permission from family, from friends, from the culture around us. We're taught to be likable before we're taught to be honest, to be agreeable before we're taught to be whole. And the result? A life that often feels like a performance, smiling when we want to speak, nodding when we want to walk away, saying yes when every part of our body is screaming no. But a Stoic doesn't live for applause. A Stoic lives for alignment. And to live in alignment, you must choose yourself, not once, but again and again, even when it's hard, even when it costs you. Choosing yourself isn't selfish, it's sacred. It's the foundation for every other healthy choice you'll ever make. Because when you value yourself, you stop accepting what insults your worth. You stop chasing what depletes your spirit. You stop clinging to what keeps you small. And in that clearing, when all the noise fades, you begin to build, slowly, silently, but with power. You start showing up differently. You speak with more conviction. You say no with less guilt. You stop explaining your preferences like they're flaws and start honoring them like they're boundaries. Seneca once said, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." You don't owe your years to people who drain you. You don't owe your gifts to people who overlook them. You don't owe your energy to a world that only values you when you're useful. What you owe is to the part of you that waited, patiently, for the day you would stop outsourcing your power and take it back. And yes, when you choose yourself, some people will call you cold. They'll say you've changed, and they'll be right, because you have. You're no longer abandoning yourself to avoid abandoning others. You're no longer giving the best of you to those who've never earned it. You're no longer pretending to be okay with less than you need. That isn't cold, that's clarity. So walk forward with your head high. Choose your peace over their expectations. Choose your purpose over their opinions. Choose your growth over their comfort. Choose the path that calls you, not the one that flatters you. And most of all, choose yourself. Not with apology, not with hesitation, but with certainty. The kind that says, "I'm no longer waiting to be validated. I've already decided who I am." And that decision, that's where the unshakable begins. There's a freedom that only comes when you stop asking for less pain and start asking for more clarity. You begin to see that not everything lost is a tragedy. Sometimes it's a return, a homecoming, a rediscovery of your own strength. You walk away from what doesn't serve you, not to prove anything, not to punish anyone, but because you finally know what you deserve. And maybe for the first time, you're no longer afraid to protect it. This isn't about building walls or becoming untouchable. It's about becoming honest, radically, consistently honest with yourself, about what drains you, about what no longer fits, about what you've outgrown but were too polite to release. And once you get honest, things start falling away. But so does the weight. You don't owe anyone an explanation for why you choose peace over pressure. You don't need a permission slip to let go of what's dimming your light. That's the Stoic path. Quiet, firm, inwardly guided, not reactive, not emotional warfare, just clean decisions, clear boundaries, and the refusal to betray your soul just to keep temporary comfort alive. Because the truth is, your peace is not a luxury, it's your responsibility. Your energy is not infinite, it needs guarding. Your time is not for rent, it's your most sacred currency. Spend it wisely. So if something feels off, let it go. If a place feels heavy, don't linger. If a relationship costs your voice, your sleep, your self-worth, walk away. And when you do, don't look back for closure. Don't wait for applause. Don't hope they'll finally understand. Just keep walking, with calm, with dignity, with that quiet knowing that you've chosen the harder path, the higher one. And that choice? That's where healing begins. That's where power begins. That's where you begin. Everyone says they want the truth. until it hits, until it strips away their illusions, rattles their comfort, and asks for something deeper than approval: transformation. We're raised in a world that rewards comfort, ease, and staying in line. But the Stoic doesn't seek a life that merely feels good. He seeks a life that is true, because comfort can be a cage, a soft, silent cage that looks like peace but smells like fear. And truth, it doesn't always come wrapped in beauty. Sometimes it burns before it frees. This episode isn't for those chasing convenience. It's for the ones willing to trade ease for awareness, to trade illusion for clarity. Because if you want to live with power, you have to face what's real, even when it shakes the ground beneath you. Epictetus said, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." That's why this journey starts not with answers, but with better questions. Let's begin. Truth liberates, even when it hurts. Truth isn't always soft. Sometimes it shows up like a storm, loud, inconvenient, and utterly disruptive. And yet, it's in that disruption where real freedom lives. Not the kind of freedom people sell you in books with empty promises, but the kind that breathes, the kind that strips away illusion, even if it leaves you trembling. You see, the truth doesn't care about your comfort. It only cares about your clarity. It's not here to protect your feelings, it's here to protect your life. And that means sometimes it will hurt. But not all pain is punishment. Some pain is purification. Some pain is sacred. It's the kind that rips off the mask you've been wearing, the one you use to fit in, to survive, to appear okay when you're falling apart inside. That mask may have kept you safe once, but it's suffocating you now. And truth, it doesn't tolerate suffocation. It cuts right through it. Not to harm you, but to hand you back your breath. We live in a world that trains us to chase comfort, to fear confrontation, and to numb anything that feels unpleasant. When something feels off, we scroll. When something hurts, we distract. When the silence gets too loud, we turn up the noise. But the Stoics, they understood something we've forgotten. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." It's simple, but not easy. Because to live by that principle, you must face your own lies first. And that's where most people stop. Truth isn't just about external honesty. It's about the war within, the one between the life you show the world and the one you're really living, the quiet compromises, the secrets you keep from yourself. The voice inside that says, "This isn't who you are," that you silence to maintain the illusion. But here's the Stoic insight. You can't build a peaceful life on a dishonest foundation. Eventually, it collapses. And the longer you avoid the truth, the louder the collapse becomes. Sometimes the truth comes like a whisper, other times like a wrecking ball. A relationship ends. A job you thought gave you meaning starts to feel hollow. A habit you thought you could control starts to control you. And in that moment you have two choices: escape or examine. Most escape. They drink it down, laugh it off, work longer hours, keep busy. Because facing the truth requires humility. It requires the willingness to admit, "I was wrong. I was blind. I was comfortable, but lost." But if you're brave enough to examine, you begin to change. Slowly, painfully, but deeply. You start asking different questions. You stop chasing approval. You stop lying to protect your ego. And you start rebuilding, not on who you wish you were, but on who you actually are. That's the power of truth. It's not just a concept, it's a mirror. And if you dare to look into it, it won't just show you what's wrong, it will show you what's possible. It will burn away the false, so that what's real can finally grow. Not everyone can handle that. Not everyone wants to. But if you want to live a life of inner strength, of unshakable peace, of grounded purpose, you have to want the truth more than you want comfort. So ask yourself, what truth have I been avoiding because it's easier to stay asleep? What lie have I been living just to keep things looking good on the outside? And what would it cost me or set me free to finally let it go? The truth may hurt, but the lie, it always kills you slowly. Don't numb with distraction. We've become experts at avoidance, not because we're weak, but because the world has made it easy, even rewarding, to run from ourselves. We live in an age of endless noise. At any moment you can open a screen, scroll past a dozen lives, drown in music, binge a series, buy something you don't need, or distract yourself with work that makes you feel temporarily significant. But beneath that blur of stimulation lies something most people are too afraid to touch: stillness. Because in the stillness, the truth speaks. And often it doesn't whisper, it aches. Most of us are not overworked, we're over-avoiding. And what we're avoiding isn't just pain, it's honesty. The kind of honesty that says, you're not fulfilled. The kind that reminds you late at night that your days are busy, but your heart is quiet. That your accomplishments feel hollow. That the relationship, the job, the routine, it's not feeding your soul anymore. But instead of confronting that truth, we run. And we've normalized that escape. We've renamed distraction as productivity. We've painted overstimulation as ambition. And worst of all, we've made ignoring ourselves seem noble. The Stoics had no TikTok, no Netflix, no dopamine loops. But they still warned us about noise, because the true distraction isn't in your hand, it's in your mind. Seneca said, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." And that's what happens when you numb. You exist in 1,000 places, but belong to none, especially not to yourself. Distraction isn't just about what you're doing, it's about what you're delaying. Every time you choose to drown out discomfort, you push away an opportunity for insight. Every scroll is a chance not to listen. Every hour of avoidance is a day lost in illusion. You think you're surviving, but you're really stalling, because truth waits. And the longer you run, the harder it becomes to face. And here's the paradox. What you're running from is often the very thing that can free you. The pain you're numbing might be the birthplace of transformation. The confusion you silence might be a call to change direction. The emotional weight you distract yourself from might be your soul saying, "You've stayed here too long." But it's hard. Of course it is. Sitting in silence and facing your thoughts without sedation requires courage. It requires what the Stoics called inner discipline, the strength to stay, to feel, to confront. And that's a strength that isn't built in comfort, it's built in resistance. You must train yourself to sit with the unease, to stop reaching for the easy out. Because freedom isn't found in what you consume, it's found in what you're willing to confront. So here's a question. What's your favorite distraction, the one you go to when things feel too real? Is it the gym even? Is it overthinking, overplanning? Even personal development can become a form of escape if it's only used to avoid the one thing that matters: presence. The willingness to say, "I feel lost," and not rush to fix it. The ability to admit this isn't working and not run to numb it. Just sit, just stay. Every moment you resist distraction is a moment you reclaim power. And that power is not loud, it's not glamorous, it's quiet, steady, and anchored. It's the kind of power that lets you sleep at night, not because you've silenced the pain, but because you've heard it, honored it, and learned from it. So next time you reach for your phone or fill your day with noise, stop, pause, ask yourself, what part of me needs my attention right now? What am I trying not to feel? And instead of escaping, listen, because behind the discomfort, there's a deeper voice, a wiser self, a truth you've buried beneath distractions that says, you're ready now to feel, to heal, to return to yourself. Comfort hides decay. We tend to believe that comfort is the goal, that once life feels stable, soft, and manageable, we've made it. But comfort is tricky. It doesn't scream, it whispers. It lulls you into stillness, into repetition, into accepting good enough when you were made for more. And while you're celebrating the absence of stress, something else quietly slips away. Your edge, your hunger, your truth. Comfort doesn't just soothe, it sedates. It convinces you to stop growing by making you forget that you ever needed to. And here's the quiet danger. Comfort rarely feels dangerous. It feels deserved. It feels earned. It feels safe. And so, it becomes the place where dreams go to sleep. You no longer question your habits, your relationships, your routines, because nothing hurts enough to spark urgency. But nothing inspires either. And that's how people lose themselves, not in chaos, but in ease, in routines that once served them, but now rot them from within. The Stoics weren't against pleasure, but they were deeply suspicious of dependency. Seneca warned that indulgence, once normalized, weakens the soul, because once you tie your sense of peace to external ease, you're no longer free. You're fragile. One disruption, one loss, one challenge, and your whole sense of identity starts to crumble. That's the decay hidden inside comfort. It looks like peace, but it's actually rust. Slowly, invisibly eroding your resilience. You stop pushing yourself. You stop asking hard questions. You stop saying no to what drains you and yes to what stretches you. Because comfort doesn't just kill discomfort, it kills curiosity. And without curiosity, you don't explore, evolve, or examine. You just repeat the same thoughts, the same behaviors, the same days, until one day you look up and you're no longer sure how you got here, only that you don't like it anymore. But Stoicism offers a different path, a call to tension, a call to friction, a call to be slightly uncomfortable on purpose, to sit in the cold, to walk in silence, to fast from indulgence, to deliberately step out of the bubble, not because you hate yourself, but because you respect yourself enough not to rot in place. Discomfort is a mirror. It reveals your weak points, and facing them instead of numbing them is how you grow unshakable. So take a hard look at your comforts, the things you do automatically, the routines that feel cozy but leave you dull. Ask yourself, am I growing here or just surviving? Am I choosing this because it serves me or because it doesn't challenge me? Because the truth is, real peace doesn't come from avoiding difficulty. It comes from knowing you can handle it, from choosing discomfort when it matters, from sacrificing what's easy to build what's real. The Stoic doesn't seek pain, but he doesn't fear it either. He walks through the fire not because he enjoys burning, but because he knows on the other side of that heat is freedom, is focus, is truth. So if life has grown too quiet, too easy, too soft, maybe it's time to reintroduce some healthy tension. Not to punish yourself, but to awaken the part of you that's been dozing off in the warmth. Because comfort isn't evil, but it is seductive, and unless you check it, it will convince you to settle for a life far smaller than the one you're capable of living. Seek clarity, not illusion. It's easy to confuse feeling good with being right. to think that if a belief comforts us, it must also be true. But illusions are often beautiful. They're crafted with precision, stitched together from hopes, old stories, and half-truths that feel warm because they've been with us so long. And when something feels familiar, we mistake it for clarity. But there's a vast difference between seeing clearly and seeing what we want to see. The Stoic doesn't aim to live in illusion, no matter how attractive it is. His mission is clarity, truth stripped of ego, emotion, and wishful thinking. Clarity can be uncomfortable. It removes filters. It challenges assumptions. It shows us the cost of the lies we tell ourselves to feel safe. But it also liberates, because once you see things as they are, not as you hoped or feared, you can finally move forward with power. Think about how much of your life is shaped not by truth, but by narratives. You tell yourself you're not good enough, not because it's true, but because someone once made you feel that way. You tell yourself you can't change. Not because you've tried everything, but because it's easier than risking failure. You stay in cycles, not because they serve you, but because they're familiar. And that familiarity seduces you into thinking it's clarity. But it's not. It's just comfort in disguise. Clarity doesn't come automatically. It's a practice, a choice. It requires slowing down, observing your thoughts instead of reacting to them, questioning your own stories, asking, who taught me this belief? What do I gain by holding on to it? What would change if I let it go? These aren't easy questions, but they're necessary, because truth isn't something you stumble upon by accident. It's something you reveal by removing everything that isn't it. The Stoics believed that opinions are the greatest source of suffering, not events, not outcomes, but the interpretations we attach to them. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment." That's the essence of clarity, the power to strip away illusion and see things plainly, directly, without distortion. This doesn't mean abandoning all emotion. It means not letting emotion cloud judgment. It means not making long-term decisions based on short-term feelings. It means having the courage to look at the world and yourself without filters. And then, from that raw truth, choosing how to respond. Clarity is not perfection, it's precision. It's not knowing everything, it's knowing enough to stop pretending. When you live with clarity, you stop chasing things that don't matter. You stop getting entangled in drama, confusion, or false hopes. You start noticing the subtle difference between what serves your ego and what serves your growth. But here's the hard truth. Most people prefer illusion. They prefer the comfort of half-awareness to the sting of reality, because with clarity comes responsibility. Once you see something clearly, a pattern, a lie, a weakness, you can no longer blame the world. You have to act, and action is difficult. It takes effort, but illusion, it lets you stay still. It gives you an excuse. So the next time you feel lost, ask yourself, am I really confused? Or am I refusing to accept what's already clear? Because deep down, we often know the truth. We just don't want to accept it. But that resistance is where we get stuck. The Stoic path is to let go, to choose clarity over fantasy, even when it costs comfort. Because in the end, truth never burdens. It frees. Truth demands humility. There's a reason truth is so often avoided. It's humbling, not in the poetic, graceful way we like to imagine, but in the uncomfortable, disorienting way that cracks your pride open and forces you to see yourself without the filters. Real truth doesn't flatter your ego. It doesn't care how long you've believed the lie. It doesn't negotiate with your feelings. It simply is. And the moment you choose to face it, you also choose to surrender control over how you're perceived, how you've justified your choices, and how tightly you've clung to who you thought you were. Humility is what makes that surrender possible. Without it, you'll spend your life defending an identity that no longer fits. You'll argue with reality. You'll fight against feedback. You'll bend facts to preserve the illusion of certainty. And in doing so, you'll stay stuck. But when you allow humility to take the lead, something powerful happens. You stop needing to be right, and you start needing to be real. That's why the Stoics valued humility so deeply, not as weakness, but as wisdom. Epictetus reminded us that it is impossible to begin to learn that which one thinks one already knows. That means arrogance isn't just unattractive. It's dangerous. It blocks growth. It silences insight. It builds walls around your mind so nothing new can get in. But humility? It tears those walls down. It lets in the light. Humility doesn't mean thinking less of yourself. It means thinking of yourself less often. It's the decision to stop placing your ego at the center of every interaction, every setback, every opinion. It's admitting that you could be wrong, not once, but often. That you may not see the full picture. That your story, as convincing as it sounds, might be missing a crucial chapter. And that willingness to doubt yourself isn't self-betrayal. It's self-respect. Because only the humble can truly grow. Only they can say, "I don't know," and mean it. Only they can take criticism without collapsing. Only they can hear a truth that hurts and still say, "Thank you." It's not about self-loathing. It's about self-liberation from the need to appear perfect, to always have the answer, to win every debate. That weight is exhausting and unnecessary. The Stoic chooses instead to carry what matters: clarity, purpose, and peace. Think about it. How many of your greatest breakthroughs came not when you felt proud, but when you felt small, when you failed, got called out, were misunderstood, or had to admit to yourself that you'd been lying? Those are the moments that change us. Not the applause, but the reckoning. Not the spotlight, but the silence after the mistake. And what determines whether those moments crush you or build you is humility. So don't run from it. Don't resist the sting of being wrong. Don't cover it up with cleverness or pride. Let it hurt a little. Let it teach you. And most importantly, let it open you up. Because truth demands humility, not to punish you, but to prepare you for a life where growth never stops, where learning never ends, and where your value is not tied to being right, but to being real. Ask hard questions. Growth begins not with answers, but with the courage to ask better questions, and not the easy ones, not the ones that confirm what you already believe. The hard ones, the ones that shake your certainty, the ones that demand silence, reflection, and often change. Because it's easy to stay in the loop of, "Why is this happening to me?" But it takes something deeper, something stronger, to ask, "What am I pretending not to see?" That's the shift. That's where transformation begins. Most people avoid hard questions, not because they're incapable of answering them, but because they already know the answers. And those answers require action. They require honesty. They require letting go of stories, patterns, or identities that feel safe. It's more comfortable to blame, to numb, to distract, than to sit in front of a mirror and ask, "Am I living in alignment with who I claim to be?" The Stoic path demands that level of accountability, not as punishment, but as liberation. Because when you stop asking, you stop evolving, you coast, you perform, you repeat what worked before, even when it no longer serves you. And without hard questions, you become a stranger to your own potential. You might be busy, but not purposeful, productive, but not fulfilled, surrounded by noise, yet emotionally starved. The hard questions pierce that fog. They clarify, they reveal, and often they hurt, not because they're cruel, but because they're honest. The Stoics believed that philosophy wasn't a set of answers, but a method of inquiry. Marcus Aurelius filled page after page with questions. What is in my control? What does nature require of me? Why am I disturbed by this? His meditations weren't affirmations, they were confrontations with his ego, with his emotions, with his own flawed thinking. And that's what made them powerful, that's what made him free. But asking hard questions requires a kind of bravery most people avoid. It's the bravery to say, maybe I've outgrown this version of myself. Maybe I'm not as right as I think I am. Maybe I'm the one holding me back. It's the bravery to sit in the uncertainty of not knowing without rushing to fill the silence, to examine the beliefs you inherited instead of just living by them, to challenge the stories that keep you small, even if they've served you in the past. And sometimes the hardest questions aren't about your past, they're about your future. What would I do if I weren't afraid? If I stopped hiding? If I trusted myself fully? These aren't just self-help slogans, they're philosophical tools. They dismantle the scaffolding of illusion and rebuild something stronger underneath: self-awareness. The truth is, the quality of your life is shaped by the quality of the questions you're willing to ask yourself, especially when no one's watching. So ask them, relentlessly. Let them cut, let them sting, let them strip away everything false, everything fragile, everything performative, because what's left after that is something unshakable, something real. Embrace what is, not what you wish. We all carry a picture in our minds of how life should be, a version of reality that aligns perfectly with our desires, our timing, our expectations. And when the world doesn't match that picture, we resist, we complain, we tighten our grip around what we wanted instead of opening ourselves to what is. But that resistance doesn't change the truth. It only hardens our suffering, because pain is real. But suffering, more often than not, is what we create by fighting reality. The Stoics understood this with clarity that most of us avoid. They didn't teach us to love pain or defeat. They taught us to align with reality, to see things as they are, not as we wish they were. Epictetus said, "Do not seek for things to happen the way you want them to. Rather, wish that what happens happen the way it happens. Then you will be happy." That's not resignation. That's power. Because when you stop trying to bend reality to your preferences, you reclaim the ability to respond to it with strength and precision. But the ego doesn't like this. It craves control. It wants certainty. It wants life to unfold like a script, with you as the author. And when it doesn't, the ego throws a fit. It refuses to accept what's right in front of it. It clings to the idea that if things were just a little different, if that person stayed, if that job worked out, if your past hadn't unfolded the way it did, then you could be at peace. But peace isn't found in a different past. It's found in radical acceptance of the present. Acceptance isn't weakness, it's the ultimate strength. It doesn't mean you stop growing, dreaming, or striving. It means you start from truth, from solid ground. And the moment you anchor into what's real, you gain clarity. You can see what needs to be done next. You stop wasting energy wishing for a different starting line and start building from where your feet are planted. That shift, from illusion to reality, is where your power lives. So look around your life. What are you still resisting? What have you refused to accept because it didn't match your plan? Is it a relationship that's changed? A door that closed? A truth about yourself you didn't want to admit? Maybe it's time to stop trying to rewrite the present and start learning from it. Because every time you deny reality, you delay growth. And every time you embrace it, no matter how imperfect, you create space for something new to emerge. This is the quiet rebellion of the Stoic, to say, I may not have chosen this, but I will face it, to meet life on its terms, not yours, to stop negotiating with the past and start aligning with the moment, because it's only when you see clearly that you can act wisely, and it's only when you act wisely that you begin to change your reality, not through force, but through flow. Ask yourself now, what truth have I been avoiding because it didn't fit my preferences? And can you let go, not of hope, not of growth, but of the fantasy, the version of life you imagined that never arrived? Because once you do, what you're left with is far more powerful than fantasy. You're left with clarity, you're left with presence, and that is where real transformation begins. Discomfort often reveals reality. We tend to think of discomfort as a signal to stop, a red flag, something to escape, fix, or numb. But discomfort isn't always a sign that something's wrong. Sometimes it's the only honest voice in the room. It speaks not in words, but in tension, in unease, in that quiet sense that something isn't aligned, even when everything looks fine on the surface. And when you stop silencing that voice, you start hearing what life has been trying to tell you all along. Discomfort isn't your enemy. Denial is, because when you ignore what makes you uncomfortable, you end up protecting the very things that are hurting you. You keep the relationship that drains you. You stay in the job that dims your spirit. You repeat patterns that quietly sabotage your growth, not because you enjoy suffering, but because you're afraid to face what the discomfort is pointing at. Truth. That's the paradox of pain. It feels like a problem, but it's often a compass. It points to where healing is needed, where clarity is waiting, where change has been calling out, ignored, dismissed, buried. And when you finally stop running from the discomfort, you realize it wasn't there to punish you. It was there to wake you up. The Stoics understood this. They didn't run from discomfort. They moved toward it. Not to glorify suffering, but to understand it. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." That includes emotional friction. That includes the hard conversations, the restless nights, the inner resistance. These aren't signs to withdraw, they're signs to look deeper. Think about it. How often do we chase comfort at the cost of truth? How many times have you told yourself, "I'm fine," just to avoid the discomfort of admitting you're not? How many situations do you stay in because confronting them would stir emotions you don't want to feel? This is how we lie to ourselves, gently, quietly, with a smile. But the body knows, the mind knows, and eventually that buried discomfort surfaces in anxiety, in frustration, in burnout, in a silent scream that says, "Pay attention." That's what discomfort is, a messenger. And like most messengers, we can shoot it or listen. The Stoic chooses to listen, to sit with it, to ask, what is this discomfort trying to teach me? What have I been avoiding? Where am I not being honest with myself? And when those questions are asked sincerely, something begins to shift. Not externally at first, but internally. you start to see yourself more clearly. Not the performance, not the roles you play, but the real you, raw, flawed, and unfinished, but awake. The truth is, comfort can lull you to sleep. It can trap you in a life that looks good but feels hollow, and discomfort, when embraced, becomes the alarm that wakes you. It won't always be polite. It won't always be convenient, but it will always be real. So don't silence it. Don't numb it. Don't talk yourself out of it. Feel it. Let it speak. Because the moment you stop treating discomfort as a problem to solve and start treating it as information to explore, you'll find something beneath it. Clarity. And once you have that, you can act, not from panic, but from purpose. Comfort zones are prisons. We call them zones as if they're neutral, even helpful, as if they're places we retreat to for safety or balance. But the truth is, most comfort zones are not zones at all. They're cages. They're invisible walls made of habit, fear, and unchallenged assumptions. And the longer you stay inside them, the more you forget there's anything outside. What starts as refuge slowly becomes confinement. You stop exploring, you stop risking, you stop expanding. You survive, yes, but you no longer grow. The Stoic sees this trap clearly. He knows that ease, when overindulged, dulls the edge of the soul. Seneca warned against becoming too used to luxury, too insulated from discomfort. Why? Because when everything feels predictable, you stop adapting. You become rigid, fragile, dependent on things going exactly your way. And life doesn't care about your preferences. Life demands flexibility, resilience, fortitude. These don't grow inside the walls of routine. They grow in uncertainty, in challenge, in exposure to what lies beyond your current limits. Most people don't realize they've built a prison until something shakes it. A loss, a failure, a betrayal, and suddenly the walls that once brought peace feel suffocating. That's when the panic sets in, not because the world changed, but because you didn't. You stayed in place while time moved on, and now you don't know how to face the unknown because you've avoided it for so long. That's the price of comfort. It doesn't demand anything from you until everything. But what if you stepped out before you were forced to? What if you treated growth not as a crisis, but as a commitment? That's the Stoic way, to deliberately stretch the soul, to say no to ease when it breeds weakness, to say yes to challenge when it sharpens character. It's not about recklessness. It's about refusing to let comfort define your potential. Ask yourself honestly, where have I gotten too comfortable? What dreams have I buried because chasing them would shake up my life? What truths am I avoiding because they'd require change? Your comfort zone doesn't just keep out danger, it keeps out opportunity, passion, purpose. Everything that makes life vivid lives on the edge of discomfort, not in the chaos, but in the challenge, the climb, the risk that reminds you you're alive. And no, stepping out won't be easy. You'll face fear, doubt, judgment. But that's the point. Growth demands a cost, and that cost is your attachment to the familiar. The Stoic pays it gladly, because he knows the discomfort of expansion is always better than the decay of safety. So take a hard look at your life. What routines have become cages? What beliefs have become blinders? What relationships, habits, or environments have stopped serving your growth? But you've clung to them anyway, because they're safe. The longer you stay inside that zone, the smaller you become. The more your mind and spirit shrink to fit the space. But you weren't built for that. You were built to expand, to test limits, to discover what lies beyond what you already know. That's where your strength waits. That's where your potential begins. Truth makes you powerful. Real power isn't loud. It doesn't come from dominance, status, or followers. It doesn't shout to be heard or parade to be admired. Real power, the kind that endures storms, the kind that survives failure and betrayal, and the quiet erosion of time, is rooted in truth. And not just truth in speech, but truth in living, truth in thought, truth in being. The Stoics understood this, that a person aligned with reality, no matter how uncomfortable it may be, walks through the world with an unshakable kind of authority, not over others, but over themselves. We lose our strength the moment we abandon what's true for what's comfortable, the moment we start bending who we are to fit in, to please, to avoid confrontation. Every lie, no matter how small, chips away at our center. It starts subtly. A white lie here, a false agreement there, a silence that conceals what should be said. Over time, you lose sight of where the performance ends and where your real self begins. And that confusion? That's the weakness. That's the reason so many people feel like imposters in their own lives. Not because they lack talent or intelligence, but because they're disconnected from what's real. Truth is grounding, it's clarity. When you commit to it, even when it's inconvenient, you build something inside yourself that no one can take away. You stop chasing approval. You stop explaining yourself to people who aren't listening. You stop shrinking to fit into places that require you to lie. You start walking differently, not because you're arrogant, but because you're clean, internally aligned. No loose threads, no masks, just presence. That's the kind of presence that speaks before you open your mouth. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." But that's easier said than lived, because truth will ask you to leave certain rooms, to disappoint people who had the wrong idea of you, to risk being misunderstood. It will ask you to trade comfort for clarity, and that trade, while painful at first, is the beginning of true strength. Because once you stop needing to pretend, once you stop fearing the loss of people, titles, or illusions, you gain something far more valuable: freedom. You see, most people are controlled not by others, but by the lies they've made peace with. Lies about who they are, what they deserve, what they're capable of. They create identities to survive their past, but never update them. They wear masks so well they forget they're wearing them. But deep down, something feels off. Something aches. And that ache, that quiet longing, is the soul begging for truth. Not the kind you post about. The kind you live. The kind that holds up in solitude. The kind that lets you sleep at night with nothing to hide and no one to impress. Living in truth doesn't mean you're perfect. It means you're honest about your values, about your pain, about your mistakes. And it means you take responsibility, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's not. That's what makes truth powerful. It humbles the ego while strengthening the soul. It strips away what's fake so that what's real can finally breathe. And when what's real begins to lead, life changes. Not instantly, but deeply, authentically, permanently. So ask yourself, quietly, honestly, where have I chosen ease over honesty? Where have I remained silent when truth needed a voice? What parts of my life feel misaligned, not because of external chaos, but because I haven't been living fully in my truth? Don't rush to fix it. Just feel it, sit with it, let it sting. And then begin. Begin with one act of honesty, one decision that aligns, one boundary that honors what's real. Because power is not found in pretending to be strong. It's found in having the courage to be real. And when you choose truth over illusion, every single time, even in the smallest ways, you become something rare, something unshakable, something that no failure, no betrayal, no loss can destroy. You become a person who stands with the earth beneath their feet, the sky in their lungs, and no fear in their voice. You become the storm and the calm, the fire and the anchor. You become free. We live in a world that constantly pushes us toward comfort, applause, and surface-level validation. A world where fitting in often feels safer than standing in truth. But the Stoic path is different. It's quieter, yes, but far more powerful. It asks for inner alignment, not outer perfection. It demands integrity, not image. And most of all, it challenges you to build a life from the inside out, where your values aren't just words you post online, but foundations you stand on, alone if you must. This episode wasn't about being cold or distant. It was about choosing substance over appearance, depth over decoration, peace over popularity. It was a call to those who feel the friction between who they are and who they're pretending to be. A reminder that misunderstanding isn't failure, that walking away isn't weakness, that living your truth, even when it costs you, is the beginning of real freedom. So here's the question. Are you living in alignment or just living in avoidance? Have you built your life to reflect your soul or to protect your image? The answers aren't easy, but they're necessary, because your peace, your purpose, and your power all begin the moment you stop negotiating with what you know to be true. If this episode stirred something in you, if it reminded you of a truth you've been avoiding or a strength you've forgotten, share it with someone who needs it. Subscribe, reflect, and most of all, begin. Begin the work of living like someone who respects themselves, who protects their energy, who walks away from what no longer serves. Not because it's easy, but because it's right. Because that's what Stoicism is really about. Not just enduring life, but living it with clarity, courage, and quiet power. In a world that rewards speed, noise, and constant reaction, stillness feels like rebellion. We're told that to succeed, we must hustle endlessly, fill every moment, and always be connected. But the Stoic knows that clarity doesn't come from motion. It comes from space, from silence, from stillness. Because without stillness, we lose the ability to hear what truly matters. We get swept up in other people's urgency, their noise, their agendas, and slowly we forget our own. Stillness isn't weakness. It's not passivity or escape. It's power, the kind of power that doesn't scream, it simply sees. And when you practice it daily, even for a few minutes, something shifts. The world doesn't control you anymore. You begin to respond, not react, to observe, not absorb, to lead from within, not follow from fear. This episode is not about doing less. It's about becoming more rooted, more conscious, more alive. Through the art of stillness, we rediscover what the noise made us forget, that your greatest strength is not your speed, it's your presence. Let's begin. Create space to hear your soul. We live in a time where noise has become a lifestyle. Silence feels like absence. Emptiness feels like failure. And stillness feels like something must be wrong. We've been conditioned to believe that if we're not moving, producing, replying, reacting, then we're falling behind. But have you ever stopped long enough to ask, what am I running from? Because most of the time, what we call productivity is just distraction in disguise, a carefully curated escape from facing ourselves. And that's exactly why stillness is so rare and so powerful. Because in stillness, everything that's been buried has a chance to surface. In silence, your soul finally has a voice. But we don't create that space often. Instead, we fill every gap with noise, background music, endless scrolling, one more video, one more task. We've built our lives to avoid the very pause that would show us the truth we're starving for. But the Stoics saw through this. They knew that clarity doesn't come from chaos. It comes from inner quiet. Marcus Aurelius, who ruled an empire and yet found time to sit in deep reflection, reminded himself daily to return to his center. He wrote, "Men seek retreats for themselves, but nowhere can a man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." That retreat is not built by accident. It is carved through conscious stillness. So how do we do that today, when life feels like a constant stream of input? You begin by choosing silence, even when it feels unnatural, by turning off the background noise, not because you hate sound, but because you value signal, by waking up just a little earlier, not to get ahead of others, but to meet yourself before the world demands a version of you, by going on walks with no phone, no podcast, no distraction, just you, the breath, and the awareness of being alive. Stillness is not about sitting cross-legged in a mountaintop temple. It's about reclaiming a few sacred moments in a chaotic world. It's about learning to sit with your thoughts, even the uncomfortable ones, without reaching for an escape. And yes, at first, it might feel like you're doing nothing, but stay. Because slowly, the mind that was once racing starts to breathe. The thoughts that screamed for attention settle. The tension you didn't even know you carried begins to release. And in that space, clarity speaks. That clarity may not come in words. It may come as a feeling, a subtle pull towards something you've ignored, a realization about a relationship, a truth you've avoided, or a decision that deep down you already knew the answer to. The point is, the soul doesn't compete with the noise. It waits, and the more often you return to it, the more natural it becomes to hear it. In that stillness, you start to recognize the difference between urgent and important, between noise and signal, between what you're told you need and what actually nourishes you. That shift, subtle as it is how you begin to reclaim your time, your focus, your sense of direction. You stop reacting to life and begin responding to it, from a place of grounded awareness, not scattered anxiety. So ask yourself, when was the last time I made space for nothing and felt everything? Not just when the world gave me a break, but when I gave myself one, on purpose, with intention. You don't need hours. You don't need perfection. What you need is willingness to pause, to listen, to simply be. Because your soul is not lost, it's not broken, it's simply buried beneath noise, urgency, and everyone else's voices. And the only way back is stillness. Stillness is strength, not weakness. We've been sold a version of strength that looks aggressive, loud, always moving, always pushing. We think the strongest person is the one who speaks first, acts fastest, dominates the room. But Stoicism teaches the opposite. Real strength is quiet. It's composed. It's the power to withstand without reacting, to observe without absorbing, to feel everything and still choose your response with calm. That kind of strength doesn't scream. It doesn't need to. It simply holds its ground, unshaken by noise. In modern life, stillness is often mistaken for laziness. If you're not visibly working, hustling, proving something, people assume you've stopped trying. But the Stoic understands that the deepest form of work is internal. It's the moment you pause before reacting, the breath you take instead of lashing out, the silence you sit in while emotions rise and pass. In those moments, you're not avoiding life, you're mastering it. Stillness allows you to see clearly. When you're constantly moving, you blur the truth. Just like muddy water needs time to settle before it becomes clear, your mind needs stillness to see things as they are, not as they appear in the chaos. When you step back, even just for a few moments, you create space between you and the situation. And in that space, you find wisdom, you gain perspective, you remember what truly matters and what doesn't. Think about someone you admire, not just for their success, but for their presence. The kind of person who enters a room and immediately shifts the energy, not with volume, but with gravity. That gravity comes from inner stillness, from someone who isn't chasing approval, who isn't reacting to every comment or chasing every opportunity. They have a quiet knowing, a rootedness. That's real strength, and it's available to anyone who's willing to slow down and build it. But building stillness takes courage, because when you're still, you're exposed, not to others, but to yourself. You'll meet your impatience, your fears, your need for control, and that's exactly where your training begins. To sit with those things, not to suppress them, but to understand them, to accept them without letting them drive your behavior. That's the core of Stoic resilience. You don't run from the storm, you become the anchor within it. So next time you're overwhelmed, not knowing what to say, what to do, or how to feel, stop. Don't rush to fix it. Don't rush to be strong in the way the world taught you. Be still. Let the urge to react pass like a wave. Watch your mind as it panics, strategizes, tries to control, and simply breathe. That moment, that breath, is power. Not just emotional power, philosophical power, spiritual power, because in that moment you're free. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself," and you cannot master yourself without stillness, without the space to see your inner landscape clearly, without the discipline to choose silence over noise, reflection over reaction, calm over chaos. True strength is not how forcefully you move forward. It's how deeply you remain grounded when life tries to shake you. Stillness is not absence, it's presence at its most powerful form. So be still, not because you're retreating, but because you're preparing. Not because you're weak, but because you're becoming unshakable. Meditate, walk, or breathe consciously. Stillness sounds beautiful in theory, but in practice it's often elusive, especially when your mind feels like a battlefield. Constant thoughts, racing concerns, looping memories. You sit down to be calm, and instead you find everything you've been avoiding flooding to the surface. And that's exactly why the practice must begin, not in grand spiritual gestures, but in something small, embodied, and immediate. Your breath, your steps, your awareness. You don't have to be a monk to meditate. You don't need incense or chants or perfect posture. What you need is intention, a deliberate moment where you stop running, sit still, and let your mind begin to settle. Meditation, even if it's just 5 minutes of focused breathing, is not about achieving some magical emptiness. It's about observing what's there, about watching the storm inside you from a safe distance. And little by little, the more you return to that breath, that anchor, the less control the storm has. But if sitting still feels too hard at first, then walk, not for steps, not for speed, not to get somewhere, just walk, with no destination but awareness. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Notice the weight of your body, the sound of wind, the rhythm of your own movement. This is moving stillness, a kind of meditation in motion. When your body settles into a natural rhythm, your mind starts to follow. Thoughts quiet, emotions soften. You begin to feel more like yourself, the self underneath the noise. And if walking isn't possible, breathe. Not just automatically, but consciously. Inhale through your nose. Exhale slowly through your mouth. Notice the sensation, the rise and fall. It's the one rhythm that never leaves you. The one signal that you're still here, still alive, still capable of being present. When everything feels like too much, too fast, too complicated, return to the breath. The Stoics didn't speak of breath as mystics, but as pragmatists. They knew that a calm breath slows the mind, and a calm mind can endure anything. Stillness isn't about suppressing what you feel. It's about creating a safe space for it to arise, pass, and teach. Meditation is not a performance. It's not about doing it right. It's about showing up, even when your mind won't cooperate, especially when it won't. It's about building a habit of presence, a ritual of self-respect, a moment where you choose to meet yourself as you are, not as the world demands you to be. And as you do this more often, whether it's sitting, walking, or breathing, you start to feel a shift. You're not as reactive, you don't spiral as easily. You begin to trust the quiet more than the crowd. You stop looking for clarity out there and start creating it within. You realize that stillness isn't something you wait for, it's something you train. Just like you train a muscle, just like you train your character. So here's the question. When was the last time you breathed with intention, walked without distraction, sat without needing to escape? Start there. Don't aim for perfection. Aim for return. One breath, one step, one moment of quiet presence at a time. Because in a world that wants you scattered, numb, and exhausted, choosing to return to yourself is a quiet act of defiance, a powerful one. Disengage from noise to gain insight. There's a cost to being constantly plugged in, and most people don't realize they're paying it. Every notification, every headline, every unfiltered opinion you scroll past chips away at your clarity. It's not just a matter of distraction, it's distortion. When you're surrounded by noise long enough, you begin to mistake it for truth. You start absorbing ideas you never questioned, adopting urgency that was never yours, reacting to things that never required your attention. And in that fog, you lose yourself, slowly, silently, but surely. Insight doesn't scream, it whispers, and it cannot compete with noise, which is why the Stoic doesn't just seek stillness in theory, he practices it through disconnection. That doesn't mean abandoning the world. It means refusing to be owned by it. It means reclaiming your mental space, even when everything around you tries to invade it. And it starts with simple but radical choices. Turning off the endless stream, putting your phone down when you feel the itch, walking away from conversations that drain more than they reveal. Because most noise is empty. It fills your head, but not your soul. It gives you facts, but no wisdom. And the more you consume it, the harder it becomes to think for yourself, to feel your own intuition, to ask deeper questions that don't have quick answers. True insight doesn't come from having more input. It comes from processing less, but more deeply. The Stoics understood this. Seneca warned against being everywhere, warning that a scattered mind cannot grow. He urged us to be selective with our attention, not because the world is bad, but because the mind is limited. You simply cannot focus on everything and expect to find meaning. Meaning is found in depth, not breadth. And depth requires silence. So what does it look like to disengage from noise today? It might be setting boundaries with technology. It might be choosing 1 hour of silence in the morning before touching a screen. It might be spending your commute listening not to a podcast, but to your thoughts. It might mean journaling instead of arguing online, or asking questions instead of reacting with opinions. And yes, you might feel disconnected at first. You might even feel anxious. That's okay. It's part of the withdrawal from a culture that profits from your attention, but not your awareness. But once you sit in the quiet long enough, something shifts. You begin to think clearly. You begin to notice what's been off in your life. You see where you've been lying to yourself. You hear what your deeper self has been trying to say beneath the static. Insight isn't something you chase. It's something that arrives when you create space for it, when you stop trying to outrun discomfort and start listening to what it has to teach. Most people want wisdom, but few are willing to pay the price, which is silence, solitude, and attention. But if you want to live with purpose, not just react with noise, that's the path. You can't hear the truth when you're drowning in sound. So ask yourself honestly, is the noise I consume helping me see clearly, or is it blinding me with clutter? You don't have to disappear from the world, but you do need to reclaim your mind from it. Turn down the volume, step away from the scroll, and return to yourself. That's where the insight lives. It always has. Stillness reveals what speed hides. We glorify speed. We chase it, measure it, reward it. The faster you move, the more accomplished you look. The busier your schedule, the more important you must be. But what if speed isn't always a sign of progress? What if it's just a very efficient way of running in the wrong direction? The truth is, some of the most critical truths about your life, your purpose, your inner state, they don't shout at you while you're rushing. They sit quietly, waiting to be seen. And stillness is the only way to see them. When you slow down, you notice things, patterns, emotions, habits. You begin to feel where you're misaligned. You recognize the difference between what energizes you and what exhausts you. You become aware of how often you're acting out of fear instead of conviction. But all of that is invisible when you're sprinting through life. You're too focused on the next thing to examine the current one, too caught in momentum to ask if the destination even matters to you. It's no coincidence that some of the most powerful transformations in people's lives don't happen in moments of celebration, but in moments of silence, breakdowns, solitude, still pauses between endings and beginnings. Because speed is a shield. When you keep moving fast enough, you don't have to confront what's under the surface. But when you stop, when you really stop, you come face to face with the parts of you that you've neglected. That's where the real work begins. The Stoics didn't seek stillness as a luxury. They saw it as essential. Without it, you're a servant to impulse. You become reactive, scattered, easily manipulated. But with stillness, you regain control. You can pause and see before you respond. You can reflect before you act. You can feel without being consumed. That space between stimulus and response, that's where your power lives. And it can only be accessed through presence. Speed keeps you on the surface. Stillness takes you into the depth. And it's in the depth where answers live, where values become clear, where you discover whether what you're building is truly yours, or just something you inherited, copied or settled for. You might realize you're pursuing success by someone else's definition, or that your exhaustion isn't just from doing too much, but from doing too little of what actually matters. The modern world will rarely encourage this kind of slowing down, because your speed feeds the system. your attention, your urgency, your restlessness, they're profitable. But your clarity, that's dangerous. Because a clear mind can't be manipulated. A person who is reconnected with their inner compass is not easy to push around. They live differently, they spend differently, they choose differently. So here's the challenge: slow down, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Build moments into your day where nothing happens, where no one needs you, where you're not producing or proving, just sitting, walking or breathing, observing what comes up. And when it does, listen. Don't judge, just notice. That's where self-awareness begins. And from that awareness, you begin to live with intention, not just momentum. Ask yourself, what has speed kept me from seeing? It could be a truth about a relationship, a realization about your path, a feeling you've buried for years. Stillness doesn't force answers, it makes space for them to appear. And what you find might not always be easy, but it will always be real. And real is the only thing worth building from. Wisdom arises in silence. There's a kind of knowing that books can't teach, a kind of clarity that doesn't come from collecting facts, arguing ideas, or winning debates. It's the kind of wisdom that emerges when the noise finally settles, when your mind stops spinning long enough for something deeper to speak. And that something rarely shows up when you're surrounded by distractions. It doesn't reveal itself when you're reacting, performing, or trying to prove a point. It appears in silence, when there's no one to impress and nothing left to defend. The modern world doesn't reward this kind of silence. It glorifies quick answers, hot takes, loud opinions. Social media has trained us to speak constantly, even when we have nothing to say. And in the rush to be heard, we forget how to listen, not just to others, but to ourselves, and more importantly, to the wisdom that lives beneath words, the kind that doesn't argue or demand, but waits, quietly, patiently, until we're ready to hear it. The Stoics understood that wisdom isn't just what you know, it's how you hold what you know. It's the ability to pause before reacting, to question before judging, to reflect before responding, and all of that, every bit of it requiring such silence. Seneca wrote, "Silence is a lesson learned through life's many sufferings, because often the deepest wisdom doesn't come from talking, it comes from living, from paying attention, from falling and getting up, from sitting in the discomfort long enough to see what it's trying to teach you." Think about the wisest people you've ever encountered. Were they the loudest in the room? Or were they the ones who listened deeply, spoke intentionally, and carried a kind of peace that made you lean in? That presence doesn't come from charisma. It comes from silence, from solitude, from years of listening, first to others, and eventually to the truth within themselves. But silence is uncomfortable. It forces you to face everything you've tried to avoid with noise. Your fears, your regrets, the contradiction between who you are and who you pretend to be. And yet, in that discomfort lies your doorway. Because silence strips away illusions. It reveals what's real. It breaks the stories you've told yourself and replaces them with clarity. And clarity, not just intelligence, is what becomes wisdom. You don't need a retreat to find this. You need a moment. One intentional pause in the middle of your day. One breath before you speak. One step back when you're triggered. These moments are small, but they open the door to something much larger. A shift in how you relate to yourself and the world. A deeper awareness of what drives you, what matters to you, and what no longer deserves your energy. Wisdom isn't fast. It's not loud. It doesn't flatter your ego or guarantee applause, but it guides you. It steadies you. It helps you see the long game when others are trapped in urgency. It reminds you that most problems don't need a dramatic reaction, they need perspective. And most confusion isn't solved by shouting louder, it's resolved by getting quiet enough to hear the truth. So ask yourself today, when was the last time I sat in silence? Not because I had to, but because I chose to. What would happen if I made space each day for no input, no output, just awareness? You might be surprised by what rises in that space. It won't be noise, it won't be chaos. It will be you, the wiser, quieter, deeper you, finally being heard. Be alone with your thoughts. There's a quiet kind of courage in choosing to be alone, not just physically, but mentally, to sit without distraction, to face your thoughts without trying to edit them, to allow whatever's inside you to come to the surface, unfiltered. Most people avoid this, not because they don't have time, but because they fear what they might find. And so they fill every moment with something: music, podcasts, conversations, scrolling, noise, anything to avoid the stillness where their real thoughts live. But here's the truth. The thoughts you avoid are often the ones that can set you free. The unresolved questions, the uncomfortable truths, the hidden patterns that quietly shape your behavior. They don't go away when you ignore them. They grow stronger. They shape your decisions. They control your emotions. Until one day you realize you haven't been living from intention, but from avoidance. And that's why solitude isn't a luxury. It's a necessity. Being alone with your thoughts doesn't mean isolating yourself. It means reconnecting with yourself. It means creating a space where your own voice is louder than the opinions of others, where you can actually hear what you feel, not just react to it. Where your intuition can rise above the noise and tell you what you've known all along, but were too distracted to admit. The Stoics weren't afraid of solitude. They embraced it. Marcus Aurelius, writing to himself in the quiet hours of the night, once said, "Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul." That retreat isn't found in a faraway place. It's built moment by moment, by choosing to sit, to think, to observe without judgment. Of course, this isn't always easy. When you first sit with your thoughts, they may feel chaotic, dark, or overwhelming. You may discover anger you never dealt with, regret you've buried, desires you've denied. But beneath that storm lies clarity, because only when you bring something into the light can you begin to understand it, and eventually to release it. Most people run from this work because they mistake distraction for peace. But distraction is just avoidance with a prettier face. It numbs, but it never heals. It quiets the symptom, but not the cause. And the cause, the real root of your unrest, will keep pulling at you until you turn inward and listen. Not once, but consistently. That's the discipline of the Stoic. Not just to face the world with strength, but to face themselves with honesty. So carve out space each day, even if just for 10 minutes, to be alone with your thoughts. No phone, no music, just you, sitting, breathing, reflecting. At first, it may feel like nothing is happening, but over time, something profound begins to shift. You stop fearing your own mind. You stop needing constant input. You start trusting yourself again, your instincts, your values, your sense of direction. And in that trust, you'll find power. Because when you no longer fear being alone with your thoughts, you're no longer controlled by them. You don't react to every emotion. You don't cling to every opinion. You move from a place of clarity, not confusion. And in a world that's constantly trying to sway you, that kind of clarity is a superpower. So ask yourself now, Am I avoiding silence because I fear what I'll hear? And if so, isn't that the very reason to begin? You don't need all the answers right away. You just need the courage to listen, because the truth is already inside you. It's just been waiting for you to stop and hear it. Let go of urgency. We're taught that urgency is noble, that moving fast means you're ambitious, that rushing means you care, that stress is somehow a sign of significance. But Stoicism invites you to question this illusion. What if the constant urgency you feel isn't progress, but panic? What if it's not helping you move forward, but keeping you stuck in a loop of reactivity, fear, and exhaustion? The truth is, most of the urgency in our lives isn't real. It's manufactured by pressure, by comparison, by ego. And unless you learn to let go of it, it will steal your clarity, your presence, and your peace. When you're constantly rushing, your decisions become impulsive. You say yes to things that drain you. You chase goals that aren't even yours. You live in response mode, reacting, not creating. And worst of all, you stop noticing the moments that actually matter because you're too busy bracing for the next thing. But stillness breaks that cycle. When you slow down and release urgency, you begin to see what's essential. You stop running from silence and start embracing it as your ally. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, and urgency is often born from clinging to what we can't. It's the fear that if we don't act fast enough, we'll lose something, that we'll miss out, that we'll fall behind. But fall behind who? According to what timeline? Most of the pressure we feel doesn't come from truth. It comes from stories we've absorbed. Stories about success, worth, time, and failure. Letting go of urgency means rewriting those stories, or at least recognizing they're not universal. They're not laws. They're not yours unless you choose them. And yes, there are moments in life that require decisive action, but those moments are rare. What's more common and more damaging is the constant low-level panic that you're not doing enough, that there's no time, that rest is weakness. But in that mindset, you burn your energy chasing what doesn't matter. You confuse movement for meaning. You sacrifice depth for speed. And in the end, you become efficient at everything except living. When you let go of urgency, you don't become lazy. You become deliberate. You act with focus, not frenzy. You respond with clarity, not chaos. You prioritize what actually matters, your values, your well-being, your purpose. And you leave behind the distractions that scream the loudest but offer the least. This isn't about slowing down for the sake of it. It's about reclaiming your time, your mind, and your life from the lies of urgency. Marcus Aurelius, even as emperor, wrote, "If you seek tranquility, do less." But he didn't mean inactivity. He meant do only what matters. Cut the noise, eliminate the excess, move with intention, and trust that what's real does not need to be rushed. Letting go of urgency requires trust in yourself, in your process, in the timing of things. It requires faith that the best decisions are not the fastest, but the most aligned. It means choosing presence over pressure, even when everyone else is running, because urgency may win races, but it rarely builds peace. And peace is what sustains you. So ask yourself, is this truly urgent or just loud? Am I moving with purpose or just trying to keep up? The answers might surprise you, and they might set you free, because once you learn to let go of false urgency, you stop living on other people's timelines, and you begin living on your own, calmly, clearly, and fully. Recharge in solitude. You can't pour from an empty cup. Yet so many people try. They show up for others without showing up for themselves. They give their time, their energy, their attention, even their peace, while quietly running on fumes. And then they wonder why they feel burnt out, resentful, or numb. The answer isn't to keep pushing, it's to pause, to withdraw, to return to the source. Solitude is not isolation, it's restoration. And when you embrace it, not as a last resort but as a regular ritual, you begin to heal in ways no one else can do for you. Solitude is where your mind stops absorbing and starts integrating. It's where your emotions settle enough to be understood, not just felt. It's where your nervous system, overstimulated by noise and demands, finally exhales. And in that exhale, something sacred happens. You come back to yourself, not the self the world reacts to, but the self that simply is, whole, aware, enough. The Stoics knew this well. Epictetus spoke of guarding your soul the way others guard their possessions. And one of the most powerful ways to guard your soul is by choosing regular solitude, not as a reaction to chaos, but as a practice of wholeness. It's not selfish, it's responsible. Because the version of you that emerges after solitude is more grounded, more honest, and more equipped to face the world without becoming lost in it. This doesn't mean you need to retreat into the mountains or disappear for days. It can be as simple as closing the door for an hour, turning off your phone, saying no to one more invitation, choosing silence over small talk. It can be a walk without headphones, a morning without screens, an evening spent journaling instead of performing. These moments may feel small, but they are powerful, because in a world that constantly demands your presence, solitude is how you reclaim it. Recharge is not weakness, it's wisdom, and those who resist it often confuse burnout for strength. But the truth is, no amount of doing can compensate for a disconnected self. You may achieve, impress, perform, but if you're not present with yourself, it all begins to feel hollow. Solitude fills that gap. It reconnects the parts of you scattered by obligation, expectation, and comparison. And once you're whole again, you can return to life. Not as a fractured version of yourself, but as someone who's actually there. And yes, people may not always understand it. They may call it antisocial, distant, or cold. But the Stoic doesn't live by the opinions of the crowd. He lives by his inner rhythm. He knows that peace doesn't scream for attention. It whispers when the world is quiet. And he protects that peace, not just for his sake, but for everyone he leads, supports, and loves. Because a well-rested soul gives more than a depleted one ever could. So ask yourself now, when was the last time I truly unplugged, not from devices, but from the pressure to be available? If it's been too long, make space, block the time, guard it like treasure, and when you sit in that solitude, let it refill you. Let it remind you of who you are without noise. Let it remind you that peace is not found, it's returned to, quietly, slowly, and always within. Stillness is the Stoic superpower. In a world that runs on stimulation, stillness feels like rebellion. And yet, it is the quiet ones, the ones who pause, observe, and respond with intention, who carry a kind of strength that can't be measured in noise. The Stoic doesn't rush to react. He doesn't flinch at discomfort. He doesn't panic when the world moves faster than his emotions can catch up. Instead, he anchors himself in stillness, not to escape the world, but to move through it with clarity and force. Stillness is often misunderstood. People think it means inaction, that it's passivity. But that's not true. Stillness is not the absence of action. It's the presence of mastery. It's what allows you to act without being driven by fear, impulse, or chaos. When you're still, your mind isn't pulled in 100 directions. You're not reacting to every opinion or chasing every distraction. You see clearly, you feel deeply, you move with purpose. And in that state, you are dangerous to every force that wants to control you. The Stoic superpower is not domination, it's discipline. Not loud confidence, but quiet conviction. And that comes from inner stillness, the kind cultivated over time, through solitude, self-honesty, and the practice of not needing to be in control of everything. Because when you stop grasping, something powerful happens. You start choosing. Choosing how you respond. Choosing where you invest your time. Choosing what actually deserves your energy. Think about how rare this is. Most people are pulled by emotion, urgency, or external pressure. Their mood is dictated by headlines. Their self-worth rises and falls with likes. Their peace vanishes at the first sign of conflict. But the Stoic holds. Not because he's numb, but because he's trained. And that training begins in stillness. It's where you learn to sit with discomfort without flinching, where you practice letting thoughts come and go without clinging, where you discover that your power doesn't come from reaction, it comes from restraint. Stillness gives you space, space to think, space to feel, space to step back and ask, is this aligned with who I am? Without that space, you're trapped in momentum. You keep doing what you've always done, not because it's right, but because it's familiar. But with stillness, you interrupt that cycle. You begin to live, not just exist. You become the author of your actions, not the echo of your circumstances. And that is what makes stillness so powerful, not just spiritually, but practically. In conflict, stillness gives you leverage. In decision-making, it gives you clarity. In relationships, it gives you patience. And in crisis, it gives you strength. Because while others spiral, you remain rooted. While others rush, you choose. And while others lose themselves trying to keep up, you move only when it's time, and always with direction. So ask yourself now, am I cultivating stillness, or am I addicted to motion? Have I confused busyness with importance? Have I left no space in my life to simply be, without reacting, without striving, without noise? Stillness doesn't make you soft, it makes you solid. And when you build your life on that kind of foundation, no storm can shake you. You may bend, you may stumble, but you do not break. Because you've rooted yourself in something deeper than approval, faster than reaction, and stronger than emotion. Stillness is not escape. It is power, quiet, steady, unshakable. When the world pulls you in every direction, demanding your attention, your reactions, your energy, the most radical choice you can make is to return to yourself, to protect your peace like it's sacred. To slow down, not because you're tired, but because you understand that power without presence is just noise. And that stillness is not weakness. It's wisdom in action. Every point we've explored in this episode leads back to one thing: sovereignty, the ability to lead yourself first, to know your values, to act with intention instead of impulse. Whether it's choosing solitude, releasing urgency, guarding your energy, or sitting with uncomfortable truths, these are not acts of retreat. They are acts of rebellion against a culture that rewards reaction over reflection. Stoicism doesn't promise that the world will calm down. It teaches you to build calm within it. It gives you the tools to walk through fire without becoming ash, to face misunderstanding without losing your voice, to accept discomfort not as punishment, but as a path to deeper clarity. And in that space, in the silence between who you were and who you're becoming, You begin to meet the version of yourself that doesn't need to prove, perform, or pretend. So wherever you are in your life right now, whether you're overwhelmed, unclear, or just exhausted, know this: you don't have to fix everything. You just have to get quiet long enough to hear what truly matters. Let that guide your next decision. Let that become your rhythm. Because the Stoic life isn't built in noise, it's built in moments of honest stillness, multiplied daily. And from that, you don't just survive chaos, you rise above it. If this episode gave you something to reflect on, consider sharing it with someone who needs stillness right now. Every day, you're given the most precious resource life has to offer: time. Not money, not status, time. And yet, it's the one thing people give away the easiest: to noise, to distractions, to the demands of others. But a Stoic sees things differently. He doesn't just pass through the day, he owns it. Because he knows time is not something you manage, it's something you honor. When you lack discipline with your time, life feels chaotic. You wake up reacting instead of leading. You spend hours on things that don't matter, only to wonder where the day went. But when you take control of how your minutes are spent, everything changes. Clarity sharpens, focus deepens, progress accelerates. And more importantly, you begin to respect yourself. Discipline isn't about living like a robot. It's about making time reflect your values. And when you live by design instead of distraction, you don't just get more done. You become more aligned, more intentional, and more powerful. Let's explore how Stoicism teaches us to be ruthless with our time. Not because we want to do more, but because we want to live better. Time is finite. Guard it. Time is the only resource we can never earn back. Once a moment passes, it becomes memory. And yet, most people treat time as if it's infinite, like it will always be there, waiting, stretching endlessly into tomorrow. They waste hours in conversations that go nowhere, in habits that erode rather than build, in distractions that entertain but don't elevate. The Stoic doesn't fall for this illusion. He lives with the awareness that time is life, and once it's spent, it's gone forever. This isn't fear-based thinking, it's freedom. Because when you truly realize how limited your time is, you begin to protect it like your most sacred asset. Most people don't lose their potential because of failure. They lose it to distraction, not because they weren't smart or capable, but because they allowed others to dictate how their days unfolded. They said yes when they meant no. They chased everything except what mattered. They confused urgency with importance, and slowly, without realizing it, they began trading hours of life for things that left them emptier. The tragedy isn't that life ends, it's that we delay truly living until it's too late. The Stoic, however, lives with a different compass. He wakes up each morning with the understanding that this day is a gift he'll never get again. He doesn't assume more time will come later. He doesn't bank on a future that hasn't arrived. He knows you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think. So he chooses deliberately. He asks, is this task, this person, this habit worth a piece of my existence? Because that's what time is, your existence being spent. To guard your time doesn't mean becoming rigid or cold. It means becoming awake. It means seeing clearly how every minute flows somewhere and choosing where it flows. It means no longer letting guilt, fear, or pressure shape your calendar. It means prioritizing what aligns with your values, not what pleases others. This may mean disappointing people who expect constant access to you. It may mean pulling back from commitments that once felt safe. But this discomfort is temporary, and the clarity it brings is lasting. Most people wait for a crisis before they wake up. They wait until they're burned out, betrayed, or heartbroken to start protecting their time. But the Stoic trains himself to live with urgency before life forces his hand. He reflects, "What would I do today if I truly understood it might be my last?" Not out of panic, but out of presence. Because urgency, when it's grounded in clarity, creates focus. It doesn't rush you, it refines you. Look at your calendar. Look at how your hours are spent. Does it reflect the life you want? Or does it reflect distractions dressed up as duties? Are you spending more time checking notifications than checking in with yourself? Are you investing in what matters, or leaking energy into what doesn't? This isn't about being busy. Busyness is often a disguise for avoidance. This is about being intentional, making sure your time reflects your values, your growth, your mission. Even your rest should be deliberate, not collapse, but recovery, not escape, but alignment. Time discipline isn't about squeezing more in. It's about letting the right things in and cutting out the rest. And when you start to live this way, something shifts. Your confidence grows, your clarity sharpens. Your days feel purposeful, not just full, because you're no longer existing passively. You're living actively, intentionally, like someone who understands the true cost of an hour. So the question is no longer, do I have time? The real question is this worth the time I have? Because every day, whether you realize it or not, you're writing the story of your life. One choice, 1 minute, one sacred hour at a time. Don't give your day to distractions. You don't lose your life all at once. You lose it in fragments. 10 minutes here, an hour there, a scroll, a click, a conversation that pulls you away from yourself. Slowly, your day becomes a blur of other people's thoughts, noise, and urgency. And the danger is, you don't even notice it happening. The world doesn't steal your time with force. It steals it with convenience. And if you're not careful, you'll wake up years later realizing you gave the best of your energy to things that meant nothing. Distraction is subtle. It disguises itself as entertainment, connection, even productivity. But if you trace the feeling it leaves behind, it's usually the same. Emptiness. You finish the scroll, the binge, the argument. And you're not better. You're not clearer. You're not stronger. You're just spent. And that's the real cost of distraction. It doesn't just take your time. It takes your presence, your momentum, your ability to hear what actually matters. The Stoic isn't against technology, pleasure, or conversation. He's against unconsciousness. He doesn't fear distraction. He studies it. He notices when something pulls him away from clarity, and he makes adjustments. That's discipline, not coldness, awareness. And in a world designed to hijack your attention, protecting your mind becomes a revolutionary act. Ask yourself, how much of your day is truly yours? Not in theory, but in attention, in focus, in ownership. Do you start the day with your vision or with someone else's feed? Do you choose your inputs, or do they flood in by default? Because the way you begin your day shapes the quality of everything that follows. If the first hour of your morning belongs to chaos, don't be surprised if the rest of your day does too. Distraction is not just a bad habit, it's a symptom that you're either avoiding something or forgetting something, maybe avoiding discomfort, maybe forgetting your values. Either way, the solution isn't to fight distraction with more noise. It's to get quiet enough to remember what you were building in the first place. The Stoic doesn't just eliminate distractions, he replaces them with attention, with rituals, with clarity, with structure. The real tragedy isn't getting distracted, it's getting used to it, normalizing it, living every day in a reactive state and calling it normal life. But there's nothing normal about being constantly pulled away from your own mind. Nothing healthy about being unable to sit in silence without reaching for stimulation. The Stoic trains for this. He doesn't wait until he's overwhelmed to create discipline. He starts now, because he knows what you do with your time becomes what you do with your life. So be ruthless, audit your day, ask hard questions. What is pulling me off course? What do I keep doing even though it drains me? What am I giving attention to that's giving nothing back? And then take action, set boundaries, turn off what doesn't serve, build mornings that support your clarity, design evenings that support your peace, and most of all, claim your attention like it matters, because it does. Distraction doesn't feel dangerous in the moment, and that's why it's so deadly. But every day you spend scattered is a day you lose progress, purpose, and power. Time isn't the enemy, distraction is. And the solution isn't to do more, it's to do less, but do it with intention. Focus doesn't happen by accident, it happens by design. And the Stoic builds his life like it's a temple, every hour sacred, every decision aligned. Discipline breeds freedom. At first glance, discipline feels like restriction, like rules, like limitation. That's what most people think, that living with structure means saying no to fun, to flow, to spontaneity. But the Stoic sees something deeper. He knows that real freedom isn't about doing whatever you feel like. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. And that paradox is where power begins, because the undisciplined may feel free, but they're slaves to their impulses. The disciplined, they're the ones who move with purpose, who choose their direction, who command their own lives. Look around you. Everyone wants freedom, financial freedom, emotional freedom, freedom of time. But how many are willing to pay the price? Because the price isn't comfort, it's discipline. It's waking up when it's easier to sleep in. It's showing up when motivation is gone. It's saying no to short-term pleasure so you can say yes to long-term strength. Freedom isn't the absence of limits, it's the presence of self-control. Without that, freedom becomes chaos in disguise. Think of a musician, the one who practices scales, drills the fundamentals, stays committed. That's the one who eventually plays with beauty, ease, and mastery. He doesn't become great by winging it. He becomes great by becoming disciplined. And that's what gives him the freedom to improvise, to create, to perform. The same applies to life. Your freedom is not in your feelings, it's in your habits. If your day is ruled by whims, you're not free. You're drifting. Discipline sharpens your choices. It forces clarity. It demands that you define what matters and what doesn't. Most people avoid discipline because they fear missing out. But what they don't realize is, without discipline, they miss out on everything. Progress, peace, pride. Because when everything is a yes, nothing has weight, and life without weight becomes meaningless. The Stoic sees discipline not as punishment, but as alignment. He knows that structure isn't a cage, it's a tool. It creates momentum, it builds integrity, it turns goals into reality. And most importantly, it proves to you day after day that you can trust yourself. Because when you say, "I'll do this," and then follow through, you build something rare, self-respect. And that's the foundation of every kind of freedom. So ask yourself, what if discipline isn't the enemy of your dreams? but the door to them. What if your best life isn't waiting in some undefined tomorrow, but in the daily habits you build today? You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be consistent. You just need to show up even when it's inconvenient, especially when it's inconvenient, because that's how you train your mind to work for you, not against you. The truth is, most people want results without repetition. They want power without process. But the Stoic knows freedom without discipline is hollow, and a life without discipline isn't free. It's reactive, scattered, and lost. True freedom is earned, hour by hour, choice by choice. And if you want to own your future, start by owning your day. Structure shapes success. Success isn't a lightning bolt. It's not a spark of inspiration that strikes the lucky or the gifted. It's a rhythm, a pattern, a repeated, intentional structure that compounds over time. And this is where most people get it wrong. They think structure is rigid. They think it limits creativity, narrows possibility, kills spontaneity. But the Stoic knows structure isn't confinement, it's alignment. It's what keeps your vision from being swallowed by chaos. It's the invisible frame that gives your life shape, clarity, and momentum. Imagine trying to build a house without a blueprint. You'd waste time, energy, and materials. You'd make decisions randomly, fix mistakes constantly, and the result would be shaky at best. Your life is no different. Without structure, your days blur together. You wake up with good intentions and fall asleep with disappointment. You want to change, but you're lost in reaction. You're always busy, yet rarely productive. And over time, that lack of design leads to frustration. Not because you're lazy, but because you're living without a clear plan. The Stoic doesn't hope for progress. He builds it. He understands that structure creates focus, and focus, when repeated, becomes mastery. This doesn't mean scheduling every second or living like a machine. It means designing your day around what matters most. It means creating rhythms that support your goals, your values, your peace. It means protecting the habits that lead you forward, even when the world tries to pull you in every direction. Most people overestimate motivation and underestimate systems. They wait to feel ready. They wait to feel inspired. But readiness is unreliable. Emotion changes. Discipline, however, can be trained, and structure is how you train it. When you know what matters each day, when you've made your values visible in your calendar, you don't need to waste time deciding what to do next. You simply act. That's not robotic. That's powerful. That's energy saved for the things that count. Even your freedom needs structure. Think about it. A musician needs timing. A painter needs a canvas. A writer needs language. Structure is not the enemy of expression. It's the foundation. It gives your energy a channel, your ideas a form, your intentions a target. The Stoic uses structure the same way a sculptor uses a chisel, not to restrict the art, but to reveal it, to carve clarity out of distraction, to shape something meaningful from raw potential. This is especially true with time. If you don't define your day, the world will do it for you. Your phone, your inbox, the demands of others. You'll become a servant to everything that screams the loudest. But when you begin your day with structure, even something as simple as a focused morning or a clear list of priorities, you reclaim control. You shift from passive to active, from scattered to centered, from noise to purpose. And this doesn't just change your productivity, it changes your identity, because each time you follow your structure, you tell yourself, I'm someone who honors my time. I'm someone who takes my life seriously. That repetition, That reinforcement builds internal trust. And when you trust yourself, everything becomes possible. Confidence grows, clarity sharpens, action becomes natural. Not because you're forcing it, but because you've built the conditions for it to flourish. So the question is, are you hoping to succeed or structuring your life to support success? Because without structure, your best intentions will be drowned by the noise. But with it, with simple, consistent patterns, you become unstoppable. Not because every day is perfect, but because your path is designed. And design beats luck every time. Track your time like currency. Imagine if every morning you woke up with exactly $86,400 deposited into your bank account. There's only one condition. You must spend it all that day. No rollovers, no saving it for later. Use it or lose it. You'd probably be intentional. You'd pause before wasting it. You'd invest more wisely. Now realize, you get the same with time. 86,400 seconds every day. But unlike money, time can't be earned, borrowed, or regained. Every second is gone the moment it's spent. So why don't we track it with the same seriousness? The truth is, most people don't realize they're spending their most precious asset until it's gone. Time is invisible, so it slips through unnoticed. It vanishes into trivial conversations, mindless scrolling, repeated habits, and unnecessary obligations. The cost isn't just productivity, it's potential. Every hour you lose to distraction is an hour you didn't use to build, to grow, to align. And over the course of weeks, months, years, those hours compound, or they evaporate. The Stoic understands this. That's why he pays attention. To track your time is not to become obsessed with control. It's to become conscious. It's not about perfection. It's about honesty. You can't fix what you don't measure. And if your time keeps disappearing into things that leave you drained and directionless, it's not because you lack time, it's because you lack clarity. The Stoic doesn't just ask, "Where did my day go?" He tracks it, observes it, adjusts it, because he knows that unexamined time leads to an unexamined life. Try this. For one day, write down what you do every hour. No filters, no judgments, just awareness. You might be shocked. You might notice how much energy you give to things that don't matter. You might realize how many interruptions steal your focus. But that awareness is power, because once you see clearly, you can choose differently. You can reallocate, reprioritize, reclaim. And this isn't just about removing the bad, it's about reinforcing the good. What actions leave you energized? What habits move you forward? What moments fill you with clarity, not confusion? Time tracking shows you both your waste and your wisdom. It reveals patterns. And in those patterns, you find the leverage to design better days. The Stoic doesn't wait for chaos to force reflection. He builds systems that make reflection part of his rhythm. Time journals, weekly reviews, honest audits, not to punish himself, but to align, because the way you spend your time is the clearest reflection of what you value. And if your schedule doesn't match your values, your life won't match your vision. Think of every hour as $1. Would you spend hundreds on distractions every day? Would you hand your wallet to strangers just because they asked? Probably not. But we do this with time constantly. We allow others to hijack our minutes. We allow our own impulses to steal our momentum, and we call it normal. The Stoic calls it waste. And waste is not neutral, it builds regret. So instead of asking, "How do I get more time?" ask, "How do I better spend the time I already have?" Because time is not just passing, it's being used. Every hour is a transaction, and when you treat it like currency, you start investing it, not just spending it. You build days that lead to months, that lead to a life that actually reflects your purpose. Choose long-term gain over short-term ease. Every day, life gives you a choice, comfort now or growth later. And the world, it's built to sell you the short term, the easy option, the fast escape. One more scroll, one more snack, one more excuse. It feels harmless in the moment, but over time, these choices stack, and they shape who you become. The Stoic knows this. That's why he doesn't chase ease. He chases alignment, because he understands. What's easy now is often expensive later. But what's hard now? That's where real freedom begins. Look at anything worth having: strength, wisdom, discipline, peace, and you'll see a trail of discomfort behind it. No great life was built in a comfort zone. No deep character was forged without friction. If you always choose what feels good immediately, you rob yourself of what feels right deeply. You rob yourself of the pride that only effort can bring, because ease might satisfy, but it rarely fulfills. The Stoic mindset flips the question. Instead of asking, "What's easier?" it asks, "What will matter more in a week, a year, a decade?" That shift changes everything. You stop acting for the moment, and you start building for the mission. It doesn't mean you hate comfort. It means you don't let it lead. You become the kind of person who endures tension now to experience transformation later. Think about it. Skipping one workout won't ruin your life, but the habit of skipping what's hard, that's what eats your potential. Checking your phone instead of sitting in silence? Harmless today, but dangerous when repeated. We trade hours of power for seconds of pleasure. And the scariest part? Most people don't even notice it happening. They call it normal. The Stoic calls it a trap. Discipline is not punishment, it's protection. It protects your future from the weakness of your present impulses. When you say no to what doesn't serve you, when you wake up early, finish the task, speak the truth, walk away from comfort, you're not just building results, you're building identity. You're saying to yourself, "I'm someone who honors the long term." And that self-trust becomes unshakable. This applies to every corner of life: financial discipline, emotional regulation, physical health, focused work. All of it grows when you choose the meaningful over the easy. And yes, it hurts sometimes, but the pain of discipline is temporary. The pain of regret, that lasts. The Stoic understands that the comfort of avoidance always comes with a price, and he's not willing to pay it with his peace, his growth, or his time. So ask yourself, what are you avoiding today because it's hard? And what is that avoidance costing you tomorrow? Because there is no neutral path. Every decision, even inaction, is shaping your direction. You're either feeding weakness or cultivating strength. You're either reinforcing old patterns or rewriting your future. The Stoic doesn't wait until pain forces change. He chooses it now, on purpose. And here's the paradox. The more you choose what's hard, the easier life becomes. Not because life stops being difficult, but because you get stronger. Your standards rise, your mind sharpens, your emotions mature. You no longer fold under stress because you've trained under pressure. That's the reward of long-term thinking, resilience, and that's something no shortcut can give you. So next time comfort whispers, "Just this once," ask yourself, what would the future version of me thank me for? Because discipline doesn't kill joy, it creates it. It creates the kind of joy that comes from knowing you didn't take the easy way out. You built the path, step by step, with intention, clarity, and courage. Make time reflect your priorities. You can tell someone's values not by what they say, but by what they schedule. People will tell you they care about growth, peace, relationships, health. But look at their calendar, and it tells a different story. Hours lost to aimless scrolling, days filled with tasks that don't matter, weeks gone without progress toward anything meaningful. And that's the danger. When your time doesn't reflect your values, your life won't either. The Stoic doesn't rely on vague intention. He makes his priorities visible. If health matters, it gets space in the day. If clarity matters, time for reflection is carved out. If family, learning, mastery, or contribution matter, they get real, consistent time. Not leftovers, not squeezed-in slots, but intentional, protected hours. Because he knows a value that isn't scheduled is just a wish. It's easy to say, "I don't have time," but most of the time, that's not true. The time is there. It's just been given away to things that are urgent, but not important, to people who are loud, but not aligned, to habits that entertain, but don't enrich. The Stoic doesn't blame the world for this. He audits himself. He looks at how he's spending his days, and if something doesn't serve his path, he reclaims that space. Imagine your time as real estate. Every hour is a piece of land. Are you building a strong, clear foundation, or are you letting weeds grow where your purpose should be planted? Most people build by accident. They let the world design their days. But the Stoic builds with intention. He lays down habits like bricks, routines like support beams, rituals like anchors. And over time, that structure becomes a life, not just a schedule. Start small. Don't try to overhaul your entire calendar overnight. Pick one priority, just one, and give it space. Maybe it's journaling in the morning. Maybe it's blocking an hour for deep work. Maybe it's a 20-minute walk to clear your head. Whatever it is, treat that time like it matters, because it does. That's how priorities move from ideas to reality, not with grand declarations, but with small, consistent actions. And it's not about being busy. In fact, the Stoic avoids busy for the sake of busy. The goal isn't to cram more into your day. It's to protect space for what matters most, to simplify, to focus, to reduce the noise until what's left is meaningful. Because when everything is urgent, nothing is important. And when you try to do everything, you dilute the impact of anything. So ask yourself today, if a stranger looked at your schedule, what would they think your values are? Would they see alignment? Or would they see contradiction? That's not a question to shame. It's a mirror that helps you make real changes. Because if you don't take time seriously, the world will decide how you spend it. And the world doesn't care about your priorities. It cares about your availability. That's why the Stoic is disciplined with his time. Not because he's rigid, but because he's awake. Awake to the fact that time is the most honest reflection of what you truly value. And if you want a life that feels aligned, peaceful, and strong, you can't just think about what matters. You have to live like it does. Say no to what doesn't align. Every time you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. It's a simple equation, but one most people ignore. We say yes to avoid discomfort, to please others, to keep peace. But slowly, those yeses become heavy. They pull us away from what we value, from what we're building, and by the time we realize it, our days are no longer ours. They belong to everyone but us. The Stoic doesn't allow that. He protects his path by learning the power of a clear, firm no. Saying no isn't rude. It's respectful to yourself and to your time. You're not rejecting the person. You're honoring your direction, because the truth is, not every invitation is aligned. Not every request deserves your energy, and not every opportunity is meant for you. Some things sound good, but take you off course. Some things feel urgent, but aren't important. The Stoic filters them all through one question. Does this align with who I'm becoming? If the answer is no, the response is no. Without guilt, without apology. This doesn't mean you become selfish or cold. It means you become clear. Clarity is not arrogance, it's responsibility. When your time is limited and your purpose is real, every yes must be earned. Every commitment must be weighed. Because you can't build anything meaningful if your schedule is bloated with distractions. You can't hear your own inner voice if your time is consumed by the noise of everyone else's demands. And the real power in saying no, it creates space. Space for focus, for recovery, for the work that actually matters. It gives your mind a break from overstimulation. It lets your energy go where it creates results, not just reactions. And that's how momentum builds, not by doing everything, but by doing the right things consistently. So why do we struggle with it? Why do we say yes when we mean no? Because we fear judgment. We fear being seen as difficult, unhelpful, or unkind. But what's worse? Temporary discomfort or long-term resentment. The Stoic knows that people will always have expectations. That doesn't mean you have to meet them. Your job is not to be available, it's to be aligned. And those who truly respect you will understand that. Those who don't, they're asking for access, not connection. Here's a truth most avoid. Boundaries are a form of wisdom, and no is one of the most powerful tools in your arsenal. It protects your peace. It keeps your goals intact. It teaches others how to treat you, and it teaches you how to treat yourself. Every time you say no to what doesn't align, you're saying yes to what does. Yes to clarity. Yes to growth. Yes to a life that reflects your deepest values, not your passing obligations. Start small. The next time something pulls at your time, pause. Ask, is this aligned with my path? If it's not, say no with grace. No story, no justification, just honesty. And then watch how your energy shifts. Watch how your days open up. Watch how you begin to move through life with more power, not because you're doing more, but because you're doing less, better. And if it still feels hard, remember this. Your time is not a community resource. It's a personal responsibility. Guard it like your future depends on it, because it does. Focus deeply. Rest fully. We live in a world that rewards the appearance of effort more than the reality of depth. Multitasking is worn like a badge. Constant availability is seen as commitment, but beneath the surface, something's off. Work feels scattered, attention is fractured, and rest never truly restores. The Stoic sees through the illusion. He knows that real progress doesn't come from doing more. It comes from going deeper, and the only way to go deeper is to focus like it matters and rest like you mean it. When you try to do everything at once, you dilute your presence. Your energy is split, your output is rushed, and your mind becomes noisy. It feels like movement, but it's not direction. The Stoic trains the opposite, intentional presence. One thing at a time, fully. Whether it's reading, creating, listening, or thinking, he's all in. Because he understands, shallow attention creates shallow results. Deep focus, on the other hand, creates impact. And this depth isn't just a productivity hack, it's a philosophy. It's the belief that your time is sacred and your work deserves respect. It's knowing that you weren't meant to live distracted. You were meant to build something meaningful, and that requires immersion. Focus isn't just about closing tabs or putting your phone away. It's about entering a space where noise fades and clarity rises. It's about giving your energy to what matters, not what's loudest. But focus alone isn't enough. You need restoration. Not the kind that just pauses the grind, but the kind that renews the spirit. The Stoic doesn't treat rest as weakness. He treats it as wisdom. He knows the mind is like a blade. Without recovery, it dulls. Without stillness, it scatters. So he rests with the same intention he brings to his work. Deep rest, undistracted rest, the kind that replenishes, not just entertains. And this rhythm, deep focus followed by deep rest, is where real power lives. It's how you create flow. It's how you stay sharp. It's how you build consistency without burnout. Most people sprint until they crash. The Stoic paces himself. He respects the cycle. He's not chasing hustle for applause. He's building longevity for purpose. So how do you apply this? Start by carving space, not just in your calendar, but in your attention. Create blocks where nothing else exists but the task in front of you. No switching, no checking, just depth. And when the time for rest comes, unplug fully. Don't scroll and call it recovery. Step away, reflect, breathe, sleep, walk without your phone. Let your nervous system reset. Let your mind breathe. Because the truth is, scattered effort and shallow rest lead to exhaustion without progress. But deep focus and real recovery, they compound. They sharpen your edge. They bring back your presence. And presence, not pressure, is what builds mastery. Ask yourself this: are you truly focused when you work? Are you truly resting when you stop? Or are you trapped in a cycle of half effort and half recovery that keeps you running but never arriving? The Stoic refuses that cycle. He chooses intention. He protects his attention like treasure, because he knows what you give your full presence to gives you back a fuller life. Time discipline is self-mastery. If you want to know how much a person values themselves, don't listen to what they say. Look at how they treat their time. The careless scatter it. The anxious hoard it. The unaware let others steal it. But the disciplined? They guard it like it's sacred, because they understand the deeper truth. How you manage your time is how you manage your life. And beyond that, it's how you manage yourself. Time isn't just a tool for productivity, it's a mirror. Every hour spent reflects your focus, your priorities, your standards. And when you treat time casually, you're sending a message to yourself and the world that your life can be directed by circumstance instead of conviction, that you're reactive, not intentional, that your values are optional. But when you take ownership of time, you reclaim agency over everything that flows from it: your habits, your results, your identity. Self-mastery doesn't begin with willpower. It begins with awareness. It begins the moment you stop saying, "I'll try to find time," and start saying, "I'll make time." The disciplined person doesn't wait to feel motivated. He creates rhythm. He doesn't outsource responsibility. He sets boundaries with people, with distractions, even with himself. Not to be rigid, but to be real. Because he knows the enemy of excellence isn't laziness. It's drift. And drift happens when you surrender your time to whatever knocks first. And this is where Stoicism shines. It reminds us we don't control outcomes, we don't control people, we don't control the future, but we do control how we spend this moment. Right now, this breath, this choice. And that is where power lives, not in the abstract, but in the immediate. In the decision to wake early, to begin anyway, to finish what you said you would, to stop negotiating with weakness. The Stoic doesn't just manage his schedule, he commands his attention. He shapes his inner world through outer discipline. But here's what most people get wrong. They think time discipline means restriction, that it's a prison, a life without spontaneity or joy. But it's the opposite. True discipline frees you. It clears space. It eliminates the noise. It gives you time to actually live, not just react. It lets you say yes to what matters because you've already said no to what doesn't. And in that clarity, joy returns, peace returns. You stop chasing life and start experiencing it fully. There's a quiet confidence that comes from mastering your time. You no longer need to explain your worth. You show it through how you move. You no longer need to prove your value. You live it through what you prioritize. And that's what real strength looks like. Not chaos disguised as busyness, but structure shaped by vision. So the next time you feel overwhelmed, scattered, unmotivated, don't ask, how do I get more done? Ask, am I honoring my time? Because time is not the problem. Discipline is. And when you reclaim it, you don't just organize your day, you elevate your life. This is self-respect in action. This is self-leadership. This is Stoicism lived, not just studied. Master your time, and you'll start mastering everything else. Most people drift through life blaming time. They say, I wish I had more, as if time is hiding from them. But time was never the problem. Discipline was. Clarity was. The courage to say no, that was. And this is where Stoicism speaks louder than noise. Your time is your life. If you waste it, you waste yourself. If you guard it, you grow into the person you were meant to become. When you treat your time as sacred, you begin to feel different. You speak differently. You walk differently. You no longer beg for respect. You embody it. You no longer chase purpose. You create it, hour by hour. Because every small decision matters. Every moment used with intention rewrites your story. And the more aligned your time becomes with your values, the more powerful and peaceful your life becomes. So if you're tired of feeling lost, distracted, reactive, start where it all begins, your time, not next week, not when life slows down. Now, reclaim your hours, simplify your commitments, follow your rhythm, say no more often. And above all, remember this: your time is a message to the world about what you believe you're worth. Make it say something true. Make it say something strong. If this episode helped you refocus or rethink how you live your days, share it with someone who needs it. We live in a world that rewards speed, celebrates shortcuts, and seduces us with instant comfort. But behind every shortcut is a silent cost, and behind every quick reward, a hidden price. The Stoic doesn't chase what's fast. He waits for what's real, because he understands a simple truth that most ignore. Everything meaningful takes time, and everything that lasts is built on discipline. This is the power of delayed gratification. Most people fail not because they aren't talented, but because they can't wait. They abandon their growth for a dopamine hit. They trade long-term peace for 5 minutes of ease. But what if that urge to satisfy yourself now is exactly what's holding you back? What if your greatness isn't hidden? It's simply postponed. In this episode, we're not just talking about self-control. We're exploring the inner strength it takes to say, not yet. To sacrifice the short term for the sake of the long game. To build a life that's not ruled by hunger, but led by vision. Because that's where real power lives. Not in reacting to every desire, but in rising above it. Are you ready to step into that power? Don't trade future peace for present pleasure. There's a quiet war going on inside all of us, the battle between what feels good now and what's right for the future. And that battle, though invisible, defines everything: our health, our success, our character, our peace. It's not always dramatic. It doesn't show up like a loud, obvious fork in the road. It often appears in the smallest decisions. Do I scroll or study? Do I sleep or chase distraction? Do I comfort myself now or build something that will comfort me later? In those moments, most people choose the easy path, the quick hit, the escape, and at first it feels harmless, like nothing changed. But slowly, silently, something does change, not on the outside, but deep within. Every time you give in to short-term pleasure, you reinforce a pattern. You tell your mind, this is who I am. I choose relief over strength. And that identity builds. It becomes your default. It becomes your story. But the Stoic lives differently. He doesn't reject pleasure. He reframes it. He understands that there's a deeper kind of satisfaction that doesn't come from indulging. It comes from mastering the urge to indulge. It's the calm that follows self-control, the strength that comes from saying no, the peace that waits patiently behind the discomfort. The Stoic sees pleasure not as the goal, but as a consequence, a byproduct of doing what's right, even when it's hard. Think about it. What kind of life do you want to live? One where your moods dictate your actions, where every urge pulls you away from your purpose, or a life where you guide your impulses rather than obey them, where you can delay comfort in order to build real contentment? Because here's the truth. Every short-term pleasure that goes unchecked has a cost. Sometimes it's obvious: wasted time, lost money, broken health. But sometimes it's hidden: your confidence, your momentum, your peace of mind. The Stoic sees the cost before he pays it. That's wisdom. And this discipline isn't just about saying no to the world. It's about saying yes to something greater, to your future self, to your higher values, to the kind of life that only comes from consistent restraint. Because pleasure taken too early often steals what could have been deeply fulfilling later. But when you wait, when you earn it, it no longer controls you. It serves you. Imagine what your life would look like if you delayed just one habit, if you paused before indulging, if you redirected that energy into something real, something that compounds over time. That's the difference between regret and pride, between chaos and control, between wasting years and building a legacy. Ask yourself honestly, how often do I trade a lifetime of peace for 5 minutes of escape? What would change if I didn't? The Stoic knows the answer. He delays, not because he's cold, not because he's detached, but because he's committed. He chooses strength over ease, vision over impulse, legacy over momentary thrill. He knows it's not about what feels good now, it's about who you're becoming. Patience builds resilience. It's easy to seem strong when life is moving fast, when things are falling into place, when the rewards are immediate and the results are visible. But real resilience isn't forged in momentum. It's built in the stillness, in the waiting, in the moments when you're doing the work, staying disciplined, showing up again and again, and nothing seems to change. That's where most people give up. But the Stoic? He understands that patience is not the absence of movement. It's the foundation of strength. Patience isn't passive. It's active endurance. It's a quiet form of courage. It's waking up every day and committing to something that hasn't yet shown its return. It's choosing to plant seeds, water them with effort, and trust the process, even when the soil looks unchanged. Because growth, real, deep, lasting growth, doesn't scream, it whispers. And those who are too impatient to listen miss it completely. The world will try to rush you. It will tell you that if it's not happening now, it's not happening at all, that you need to move faster, try harder, seek louder. But that pressure is an illusion. Patience reveals what time cannot hide. Consistency compounds. The Stoic doesn't seek urgency, he seeks clarity. He knows that a rushed decision is often a regret waiting to happen, and that the person who can wait holds the advantage. But this kind of patience takes training. It takes the discipline to sit with discomfort without reaching for escape. It takes the mental toughness to delay reaction, to breathe when your instincts want to fight or flee. It takes the maturity to understand that your emotions are not emergencies, they're information. The Stoic feels deeply, but he doesn't get dragged by the waves. He lets time pass through him without letting it erode his focus. And that's the paradox. The more patient you become, the stronger you get. Because patience teaches you to rely on your inner compass rather than the external clock. It reminds you that your worth is not tied to speed, and your identity is not tied to outcomes. You stop chasing validation and start building foundation. You stop looking for shortcuts and start loving the slow, hard path, the one that actually transforms you. So when life seems to stall, when progress feels invisible, when your efforts echo back with silence, don't panic, don't quit, zoom out, breathe deeper, return to the process. Because the truth is, nothing meaningful blooms overnight. And the person you're becoming is not built in bursts, but in quiet, patient repetition. Patience isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It says, I don't need results now because I know they're coming. It says, I trust my values more than I trust my urges. It says, I'd rather build slow and solid than fast and fragile. So if you want to build real resilience, not the loud, performative kind, but the quiet, unshakable kind, start here. Practice patience every day, in your work, in your growth, in your relationships, in your healing. Because resilience is not born from force. It's born from those who can wait without wavering. Wait for what matters. We live in a culture that moves fast and praises even faster decisions. The world rewards urgency, speed, and immediate results. If you hesitate, they say you're falling behind. If you pause, they say you're wasting time. But what if they're wrong? What if the most important decisions in your life aren't meant to be rushed? What if waiting isn't a delay, but a form of strength? The Stoic understands that not everything that's available is valuable, and not everything that's urgent is important. He knows that waiting isn't about standing still, it's about standing strong. Most people fill the empty spaces in their lives with noise. They choose what's available now instead of what's meaningful later. They jump at opportunities not because they align with their values, but because they fear they won't get another shot. That fear of missing out, of being left behind, drives decisions that lead to regret. But regret doesn't show up all at once. It builds slowly, in the quiet recognition that you've traded something sacred for something shiny, that you've said yes to what's convenient, and in doing so, said no to what could have been deeply fulfilling. Waiting is uncomfortable. It means holding space for uncertainty. It means resisting the urge to fill the void with distractions or temporary fixes. But the Stoic knows that discomfort is part of the process. He knows that waiting, when done with intention, isn't inaction. It's refinement. It's the daily decision to filter what enters your life, to question what demands your energy, to protect the future you're building by not letting the present hijack it. When you wait for what matters, you're not just exercising patience, you're expressing self-respect. You're declaring that your time, your values, and your direction aren't up for negotiation. You're saying, I know who I am, and I'm not going to compromise that for the sake of fitting into someone else's timeline. And that level of clarity is rare, because most people aren't building their lives, they're reacting to them. They're pulled by trends, pressure, and panic. But the Stoic pauses. He chooses with care. He waits because he understands the cost of settling. This kind of waiting doesn't mean being passive. It doesn't mean sitting back and hoping things happen. It means being deliberate. It means preparing yourself mentally, emotionally, spiritually, so that when the right opportunity does appear, you're ready. Because if you're not becoming the person capable of receiving what you say you want, then you're not really waiting for it. You're just fantasizing. The Stoic waits actively. He sharpens his tools in silence. He builds strength in solitude. He trains his mind to stay grounded in the present while keeping his eyes on a future worth reaching. And yes, sometimes that waiting is lonely. Sometimes it feels like you're standing still while everyone else is rushing ahead. But what are they rushing toward? Approval, comfort, noise? A lot of people are moving fast, but in circles. The Stoic isn't concerned with pace, he's concerned with purpose. He'd rather take one slow step toward truth than sprint blindly toward validation, and that's why he waits. Not because he's weak, but because what he's building can't be rushed. His vision deserves more than convenience. It deserves commitment. So the next time you feel behind, ask yourself, behind who? On whose path? The only clock that matters is the one aligned with your values. And if something truly matters, it's worth waiting for, because when you wait with clarity, you're not just saving time, you're shaping it. You're making space for the right things to arrive, instead of crowding your life with what's simply available. The Stoic's patience is not passive endurance, it's powerful restraint. It's the kind of waiting that sharpens character, builds inner strength, and keeps you from trading meaning for immediacy. Because he knows, what comes fast rarely stays. But what you wait for, with purpose, with discipline, with self-respect, often becomes the most unshakable part of your life. Sacrifice now to rise later. There's a painful truth buried in every great achievement, one that most people don't want to hear. The price was paid long before the reward was visible. Before the recognition, before the breakthrough, before the applause, there was sacrifice. And not just once, again and again, in silence, in solitude, in discomfort. The Stoic understands this well. He knows that to rise above the ordinary, you must let go of the need to always feel good in the moment. You must choose what's difficult now so you can live with pride later. This is the essence of delayed gratification. It is not about punishment, it's about preparation. Most people avoid sacrifice because they associate it with loss. Giving something up feels like defeat. But what if that mindset is backwards? What if true loss is clinging to comfort at the expense of becoming who you were meant to be? The Stoic doesn't fear sacrifice. He honors it. He sees it not as a burden, but as a bridge between who he is today and who he can become if he's willing to pay the cost of growth. And that cost is often high. It demands your time, your energy, your attention. It asks you to show up when no one's watching, to keep going when no one claps, to say no when it would be so easy to say yes. Discipline by nature feels restrictive in the beginning. It's uncomfortable to say no to instant pleasure. It's frustrating to delay results. It's tiring to keep building when nothing seems to change. But what you're really building is capacity, grit, vision. You're proving to yourself that you are capable of leading your impulses, not being led by them. And in that resistance, in that daily act of choosing long-term gain over short-term ease, you're becoming someone stronger, someone unshakable. Think of the person who wants to transform their life, to be healthier, wiser, wealthier, more centered. That person will face temptations every single day. The easier food, the mindless scrolling, the comfortable excuse, the momentary indulgence. And every time they resist, every time they say no to what drains them and yes to what builds them, they rise a little. Not in a dramatic leap, but in a quiet elevation of character. They don't always feel it right away, but over time, those choices compound. They create a life that looks effortless on the outside, but was carved from discipline on the inside. The Stoic sacrifices not to suffer, but to sharpen. He knows that without sacrifice, comfort becomes a prison. It lulls you into a version of yourself that is passive, reactive, and ultimately weak. Sacrifice is the tool that breaks that cycle. It's how you reclaim your power, not from others, but from the parts of yourself that settle too quickly. And perhaps the most misunderstood part of sacrifice is that it doesn't always feel noble. It often feels like you're falling behind, missing out, giving up what everyone else is enjoying. But the Stoic knows better. He knows that while others are seeking comfort, he is building capacity. While others are indulging, he is investing. While others are chasing, he is cultivating. And eventually, that difference shows, not in flashes, but in quiet dominance. Ask yourself, what are you willing to sacrifice today so you can rise tomorrow? What habits, comforts, distractions are you clinging to that are keeping you small? Because every time you delay a craving, resist an impulse, or choose discipline, you cast a vote for the person you want to become. That's not punishment. That's transformation. You don't rise by chance, you rise by choice. And that choice is made not in the future, but now, in the everyday moments where no one sees the battle but you. The Stoic sacrifices now, not because he enjoys pain, but because he values what comes after it. Not comfort, not applause, but freedom, clarity, peace, strength, and that, he knows, is worth everything. Let virtue overrule impulse. There will always be moments where your instincts scream louder than your principles, when your emotions push for a quick release, a sharp word, an impulsive decision, and virtue quietly waits in the background, asking for something harder, asking for restraint, for discipline, for a higher standard. The Stoic lives at the intersection of this tension. He doesn't deny the existence of impulse. He trains himself to rise above it. He knows that being human means feeling the pull of anger, greed, fear, pleasure, but being wise means refusing to be ruled by them. Impulse is natural. You feel it in the heat of conflict, when pride is threatened. You feel it in the face of temptation, when comfort whispers its easy promises. You feel it when you're tired, and your inner voice says, just skip it, just this once. And it's in those moments that your philosophy is tested, not when life is calm, but when it stings. The Stoic doesn't measure his strength by how rarely he's tempted, but by how consistently he returns to virtue, even under pressure. What is virtue then in this context? It's the guiding force that keeps you aligned when everything inside you wants to drift. It's patience when you want to explode. It's humility when you want to prove your point. It's courage when your fear wants to shrink you. It's honesty when a lie could protect your pride. Virtue is not about appearing good. It's about choosing what is good, especially when it costs you something. And often, it costs comfort, it costs popularity, it costs speed. But the reward? Inner peace, integrity, and a life built on something that cannot be taken from you. Impulse, on the other hand, is seductive because it offers relief. Now, not later. But it's a trap, because what relieves you in the moment often ruins you over time. A sharp reply may feel powerful for 5 seconds and cost you a relationship. A lazy excuse may buy you comfort tonight and steal your discipline tomorrow. The Stoic sees this trade and rejects it. He understands that not every urge deserves to be obeyed. That maturity is learning to feel something fully and still not act on it blindly. This is where many fall. They confuse authenticity with indulgence. I feel it, so I must express it. But the Stoic doesn't see virtue as repression. He sees it as mastery. He doesn't pretend. He doesn't feel rage, jealousy, lust, or ego. He simply refuses to let them drive. He observes. He pauses. He asks, what would be the most honorable response right now? Not the easiest, not the loudest, the most honorable. Training yourself in this way is not instant. It's a daily practice. It begins with awareness, noticing the gap between stimulus and response. In that gap, you insert choice, and that choice, repeated enough, becomes identity. You begin to live not from reaction, but from alignment. You start to trust yourself more, because you're no longer hijacked by passing emotions. You become steady, intentional, dangerous, in the best sense of the word, because nothing controls you anymore. The Stoic doesn't expect perfection. He expects effort. He knows he will fall short sometimes, but he always returns to the path. He reflects. He learns. He sharpens his ability to catch himself quicker next time. And over time, his character hardens into something formidable, something dependable, something others admire not for its flash, but for its consistency. So when the impulse comes, and it will, pause. Take a breath. Don't respond to the world with your wounds, your pride, or your exhaustion. Respond with your values. Ask, what kind of person do I want to be in this moment? And let that question be your compass. Virtue is the long road, but it's the only one that leads to a place worth staying. Choose it again and again until it becomes who you are, not just what you aim for. Resist short-term temptation. Temptation doesn't always come dressed in evil. Sometimes it looks like a comfortable couch when you promised yourself a workout. Sometimes it sounds like just 5 more minutes when your mind needs focus. It often whispers the same lie in 1,000 different voices. You can enjoy now and still have everything you want later. But the Stoic knows better. He knows that giving in to what feels good now often comes at the cost of what feels right later. He knows that the most dangerous temptations aren't the obvious ones. They're the ones that wear the mask of harmless pleasure. Each time you choose short-term ease over long-term purpose, you're not just delaying your growth, you're shaping your character. You're voting for the version of yourself that values comfort over consistency. And those small choices, repeated daily, become identity. You don't need to sell your soul in a grand dramatic act. You just need to say yes to too many tiny temptations. And over time, you'll wake up in a life you didn't intend to live. A life that looks fine on the surface, but lacks the deep strength that only comes from daily discipline. The Stoic isn't immune to temptation. He's simply prepared for it. He anticipates the tug of distraction, the pull of laziness, the seductive voice of rationalization, And he meets it with a pause. He doesn't react blindly. He reflects. He asks, is this taking me closer to who I want to be, or further? That one question can break the spell of impulse, because most temptations lose their power when exposed to clarity. They thrive in the dark, in moments where you're too tired, too hungry, too reactive to think clearly. That's why the Stoic strengthens his mind like a muscle, so that in those moments of weakness, his habits carry him through. Resisting temptation isn't about being rigid, it's about being free. When you constantly chase pleasure, you're not in control. Your impulses are. You become a puppet to cravings, always reaching, always needing, never resting. But when you learn to say no, when you practice it like a discipline, something shifts. You begin to feel stronger, cleaner, more in charge. You walk into each day with less noise in your head and more power in your actions. You reclaim your time, your energy, your attention, and most importantly, your self-respect. Every time you resist a small temptation, you strengthen your inner architecture. You teach yourself that your desires don't have to dictate your direction. You show yourself that your path is guided by principle, not by mood. And that kind of integrity doesn't just build results, it builds peace. Because nothing is more exhausting than living at the mercy of your urges. And nothing is more empowering than knowing you can trust yourself to hold the line when it matters. But resisting doesn't mean avoiding life's pleasures entirely. It means choosing them intentionally. It means enjoying something because it aligns with your values, not because it numbs your boredom or fills your void. The Stoic doesn't deny joy. He just doesn't confuse it with indulgence. He doesn't chase a fleeting high. He builds a steady, meaningful life. And that requires the courage to say no, not once, but 100 times a day. Not out of fear, but out of freedom. So ask yourself today, what temptations are quietly shaping the direction of your life? What small choices are stealing your discipline in disguise? Because the cost isn't always immediate, but it's always real. And the person who can consistently resist what is easy will eventually create what is extraordinary. Long-term focus shapes greatness. There's a quiet power in the person who plays the long game. While the world chases fast wins and viral moments, the Stoic steps back and asks a deeper question. Who am I becoming? That question requires a different kind of vision, one that sees beyond today's discomfort and into tomorrow's potential. Most people won't ask it, not because they can't, but because they're afraid of what the answer might demand. Long-term focus isn't about setting goals. It's about shaping identity. It's about anchoring your life to a purpose deeper than approval, faster than reward, and stronger than any obstacle in your path. When you think short-term, everything feels urgent. Every delay is a crisis. Every failure is a sign to quit. But when your vision extends years into the future, you begin to see things differently. A setback isn't the end, it's a step. A slow season isn't wasted time, it's preparation. You stop needing everything to go your way right now because you trust the path you've committed to. The Stoic holds that trust close. He doesn't panic when results take time. He doesn't crumble when progress is invisible, because he isn't obsessed with how fast, he's committed to how far. And that kind of mindset is rare because it's hard. It demands that you work without applause, that you show up on days when motivation is nowhere to be found, that you choose structure over spontaneity, even when no one's watching. But here's the truth. The things that build you the most will often feel the least exciting in the moment. Quiet, repetition, focused practice, self-denial. And yet, these are the very ingredients of greatness. Long-term focus also demands that you become selective with your energy. You stop chasing every opportunity just because it's available. You stop saying yes to every request, every distraction, every opinion that tries to hijack your direction. The Stoic protects his attention like it's sacred, because it is. He understands that where your focus goes, your life follows. And if you're always chasing what's loud and urgent, you'll never have the stillness to build what's lasting and meaningful. There's a deeper layer to this too, because the Stoic doesn't just focus on long-term results. He focuses on long-term character. He asks, what kind of man do I want to be in 5 years? 10. Not just what he wants to have or achieve, but how he wants to live, respond, lead. That clarity shapes his daily decisions. It helps him choose wisdom over pride, humility over ego, consistency over chaos. And with every small act aligned with that future version of himself, he closes the gap between who he is and who he's becoming. This is how greatness is built, not in explosions of genius, but in years of invisible alignment, not by doing everything right, but by doing the right things repeatedly. The Stoic doesn't seek perfection, he seeks progress. He embraces the pace of real growth, even when it's slower than he hoped. Because he knows that chasing quick success often means building on a weak foundation. But long-term focus, that's bedrock. That's where legacies are formed, not through force, but through fidelity. And maybe most importantly, long-term focus gives your suffering meaning. It turns your setbacks into stories. It turns your discipline into momentum. It turns your sacrifices into investments. When you zoom out and see the bigger picture, everything shifts. You stop seeing discomfort as a threat and start seeing it as fuel. So if you feel tired or behind or tempted to quit, pause, breathe. Remember that the Stoic does not measure his journey in days or likes or numbers. He measures it in alignment, in self-respect, in the quiet, knowing that even if no one sees his discipline today, the future he's building will one day speak for itself. Endure now, enjoy later. There's something profoundly noble about the person who suffers with intention, who sacrifices not because they enjoy the struggle, but because they believe in the life it leads to. The Stoic is not obsessed with ease, he's obsessed with meaning. He doesn't run from hard things, he prepares for them, because he knows the reward doesn't go to the most comfortable, but to the most committed. In a world where people want pleasure now and progress without pain, he chooses a different path, one paved with discomfort, discipline, and delayed satisfaction. Why? Because he knows that real joy is born not from indulgence, but from endurance. When you endure now, when you stay in the hard conversation, when you put in the reps, when you keep your word, even when no one else holds you accountable, you're not just passing time, you're forging identity. Every time you show up in difficulty instead of escaping it, you become stronger, not just physically, mentally, spiritually. You build something that can't be bought or borrowed, resilience. And this resilience isn't loud or flashy, it's quiet. It's the kind that holds you steady when everything else around you is shaking. Endurance is underrated in a culture addicted to quick wins. People want results in weeks for work that requires years. They chase shortcuts, expecting long-term rewards. But the Stoic understands the paradox of growth, that what feels painful now often becomes your power later, that the person you admire, the one with unshakable presence and self-control, didn't wake up that way. He was built, decision by decision, sacrifice by sacrifice, over time. So when things get hard, the Stoic doesn't ask, "Why me?" He asks, "Is this worth it?" And if the answer is yes, if the vision is still true, he stays, he pushes, he endures. But enduring doesn't mean becoming numb. It means choosing to suffer with a purpose. It's the difference between passive suffering and active striving. Passive suffering is what you experience when you stay stuck in something that drains you, with no goal, no direction, no belief in the outcome. But purposeful endurance, that's sacred. That's when you keep moving through the storm because you trust the sky will clear. That's when you delay gratification, not because you're afraid to enjoy life, but because you're building something too important to interrupt. This mindset transforms how you face everything. When you hit resistance, you don't interpret it as a sign to stop. You see it as confirmation. This is the path. If it were easy, everyone would take it. If it required no sacrifice, it would have no value. The Stoic uses this logic not to justify suffering for suffering's sake, but to remember that the good life doesn't come through ease. It comes through effort. And the most beautiful part, when you finally enjoy the fruits of your labor, they taste different, sweeter, richer, because you earned them. You didn't stumble into them, you built them. There's a certain kind of pride that comes not from achieving, but from knowing exactly what it cost you to get there. That kind of joy doesn't fade quickly. It stays. It reinforces your discipline. It fuels your integrity. It proves to you that waiting was worth it. So the next time you're tempted to quit, when the process feels too long, the sacrifices too many, remember, you're not doing this for the now. You're doing this for the later. You're building the version of yourself who can stand tall, not because life got easier, but because you got stronger. That's the Stoic reward. Not instant comfort, but lasting freedom. Build character through discipline. Discipline is not a punishment, it's a path. And character is not something you're born with. It's something you build, moment by moment, through the choices you make when no one is watching. The Stoic knows this deeply. He understands that every time you wake up on time, finish what you start, speak the truth when lying would be easier. You're not just being disciplined, you're shaping something, etching values into your being. Creating a person that can be counted on, a person that can carry weight, not just for himself, but for others too. Because real character is not loud, it's not flashy. It's the invisible structure that holds your life together when things fall apart. We tend to think of discipline as the enemy of freedom, that it restricts, confines, limits our spontaneity. But ask yourself this: what's more enslaving, having a routine that supports your goals, or living at the mercy of your moods and cravings? Discipline is not the opposite of freedom, it's the foundation of it. The person who can master his impulses is free, free from regret, free from inconsistency, free from the shame of knowing he could have done more, been better, shown up stronger. And that kind of freedom only comes when you choose it daily, even when it's inconvenient. Character, then, is the sum of those small, disciplined decisions. It's built in the quiet spaces, the early mornings, the uncomfortable conversations, the lonely hours of work when quitting would be easier. It's not just what you do when things go right. It's who you become when everything goes wrong. When you're tired, when you're unseen, when you feel like giving up, and you don't. That's where your real character emerges. That's when your integrity either strengthens or cracks. And the Stoic doesn't wait for motivation to show up and carry him. He doesn't trust fleeting feelings. He trusts action. He knows that discipline is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. And just like in the gym, it grows when it's tested, when it hurts, when it would be easier to coast. Every time you say no to distraction and yes to your higher aim, You add another brick to the foundation of your character, and eventually that foundation becomes a fortress, a quiet inner strength that no crisis can shake. But discipline must be rooted in clarity. You have to know why you're doing what you're doing. Otherwise, it becomes rigid and joyless. The Stoics' discipline is not cold, it's connected. It's driven by a vision, a standard, a personal philosophy that gives meaning to the effort. That's why his discipline lasts, because it's not just about achievement, it's about alignment. It's about living in integrity with what he values most. And when others see this, when they notice how you hold yourself, how you move with purpose, how you remain calm in chaos, they may not always understand the full story, but they feel something. They sense that you've built yourself, that you've walked through fire and came out forged, not burned. And that kind of presence inspires more than words ever could. So don't just pursue goals, build character. Don't just chase outcomes, strengthen discipline. Because the world doesn't need more people who can perform. It needs more people who can endure, who can lead with principle, who can stand tall when it matters most. Discipline is the craftsman of your character, and every choice is a chisel. Be intentional with what you're carving. Choose legacy over convenience. Every day you're faced with a silent question. Do you want what's easy now or what's eternal later? Most people choose comfort, convenience, the smooth path with the least resistance. They trade their potential for quick dopamine, their integrity for instant approval, their discipline for a bit of temporary ease. But the Stoic thinks differently. He lives with one eye on today and the other fixed far beyond it, on the kind of life that echoes long after he's gone. He understands that greatness isn't built on shortcuts or applause. It's built on principles, repetition, sacrifice, and the willingness to walk away from comfort when it compromises legacy. Convenience tells you to skip the workout, cut the corner, tell the half-truth, ignore the hard conversation. It's seductive. It always shows up disguised as just this once. But what starts as a small compromise becomes a lifestyle. The Stoic knows that every time you choose ease over effort, you reinforce a version of yourself that gets weaker over time, not stronger. And with each act of avoidance, you build a life that feels lighter, yes, but also hollower. Because deep down, we all know when we're living below our standard. Legacy demands more. Not just more time or effort, more honesty, more courage, more faith in the idea that your quiet efforts, though often unseen, are building something far greater than comfort can offer. Legacy means saying no to things that feel good now, but will leave you empty later. It means making decisions that your future self, and those who follow you, will thank you for. It's not about fame or recognition, it's about alignment, living in a way that your actions speak louder than your image, that your principles survive you. And this is why the Stoic doesn't chase validation. He doesn't need to impress anyone. He's not here to please the crowd. He's here to walk the path, to live by values that don't change just because the world around him does. While others are focused on what's trending, he's focused on what's timeless. While others react to the moment, he builds for the decade. And this long view gives him clarity, strength, peace. Because he knows he's not here to win the moment, he's here to win his soul. That's not always easy. Sometimes it means being misunderstood. Sometimes it means delaying rewards, walking away from what's popular, or standing alone when everyone else bends. But that's the cost of building something real, and the Stoic pays it gladly, because he knows that a life built on convenience might be comfortable, but it will never be meaningful. And here's the paradox. When you stop chasing comfort and start living with purpose, peace follows. Not the kind that comes from silence or solitude, but the deep, steady kind that lives inside you. The kind that comes from knowing that you didn't settle, that you didn't bend, that you chose to be a craftsman of your own life, even when no one else was watching. Your legacy is not in what you say, it's in what you build, in how you endure, in how you treat others when it's inconvenient, in how you show up when it's hardest. That's what people remember. That's what your soul remembers. So the next time you face a choice between what's easy and what's right, ask yourself, which one builds the future I want to leave behind? Because in the end, convenience dies with the moment, but legacy is eternal. You won't always get credit for your discipline. You won't always be applauded for walking away from comfort. But that's the point. Self-respect isn't built from validation. It's built from consistency. From the moments you could have taken the easy way out and didn't. From the silent victories no one sees but you carry forever. The Stoic doesn't act for recognition. He acts because his soul demands it. Because he knows that the person he becomes matters more than the moment he's in. And maybe today you needed that reminder. That your effort still matters. That your sacrifices are building something no shortcut can replace. That living by principle, even in a world obsessed with convenience, is not weakness. It's strength. Quiet, steady, unshakable strength. So start now, not tomorrow, not when things feel easier. Right now, choose the path that honors your values, even when no one understands it. Say no to what drains you. Say yes to what builds you. Lead yourself with dignity. Walk with direction. And remember, no one can give you self-respect. It's something you earn every single day, with every single choice. If this episode helped you reconnect with your strength, I ask you to share it with someone who needs the same reminder. Subscribe if you haven't already, and most importantly, take what you've heard and live it. Because this kind of wisdom only works when you do, ready to walk forward with self-respect as your guide.